she went to Center for Miracles.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what happened that morning?
She shared with me that when she is naked at Jordan's house, getting ready to take a shower, that Jordan would be sitting at the edge of his bed and he would wave her over to him to come, and he would hug her where she would be in between his legs. And again, she would feel his triangle up against her circle.
So, based on what she was telling you, she's in the bathroom and he's on his bed.
No, so from my understanding of what she said, his room was connected, I guess, to his bathroom. So she would get naked in his room. And as she's going to his bathroom, he would stop her and wave her over and perform these hugs, both with her facing him, and sometimes it was her facing out where she had her back towards him. And when she had her back facing towards him, she felt his triangle penis against her high knee, which I'm not sure if it was square or rectangle, the shape that she used. But she said when he did that his hands would be doing that fingering, the poking, pressing on her circle.
So the square and rectangle, did she tell you what that is?
She said that it was her high knee.
Sorry, just to clarify for the record, what does that mean?
Her anus.
Did she tell you anything else?
She said that when he was done, that he would be wet, and in turn he would get her wet, and he would tell her to go clean up.
Did she give you any more details, or did she just say he was wet? Did she say where?
She said where his triangle was.
Did she say how long he was hugging her for?
Couple minutes.
So what did you do with this information?
Reported it.
To who?
I believe it was both with CPS and the police, I believe.
Okay. So that day you took her to Center for Miracles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this the only time that she gave you new information, or did she give you new information a different day?
She did give me new information another day
Okay.
after that.
And what, do you know the month?
I believe it was in September.
What was that?
I believe it was in September.
September of that same year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, without getting into what she told you, what did you do when you discovered this new information?
I went to Universal City Police Station and reported it.
This was a different agency?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And after you reported it, has there been any other instances?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, Judge, at this time, pass the witness.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Reed.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Floyd. I'm gonna need to ask you some questions, okay?
That's it.
If you don't understand anything I'm asking, please just stop me and I'll repeat it, okay?
Yes.
I guess I want to start kind of back in the timeline where Mr. Saldana started. So you originally met, and I just want to bypass all the high school stuff and go into when you first met Mr. Jordan Robbins. Do you remember what year that was?
I don't recall.
Do you remember when you guys start seeing each other?
I believe, I think I stated 2011 or 10, but I'm really not sure. It was so long ago.
Okay. And it's fair to say that a lot has happened since that time, right?
Yes, sir.
I noticed that you have a hard time remembering some things. You were in a bad accident, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you suffered traumatic brain injury, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was because you drove on the highway in the wrong direction, right?
Yes, sir.
You were intoxicated.
And I'm gonna object to relevance.
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, the witness has already started testifying about Mr. Robbins and his alcohol use. I think that it's fair that we go into, I'm not going to go much further, but I understand some of her background about alcohol use too, so there's not a false impression left with the jury.
All right, the question has been asked. You can answer that question and then defense will move on.
I was not intoxicated. I had a toxicologist prove that my whole body was in shock due to the severity of the accident. So because I had a drink the night before, my levels were right at the limit.
I need to approach you and just ask you if this helps you refresh your recollection of whether you're intoxicated.
My body was in shock. It wasn't just that level that was increased. It was my whole, everything in my body was increased, all of my levels.
And so, do you know what the legal limit was back then?
No,
Do you
sir.
remember? You remember talking to your lawyer, right?
No, sir. I don't recall that.
Okay. Wait, your testimony was that you were up the legal limit, but you know that your results were over 0.09,
Your Honor, I'm
correct?
gonna object to relevance and this is stating from an item that is not. in
Sustained.
Thank you.
Can we ask the jury to disregard the statement?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard the last statement.
And so as a result of that accident, you spent several days in a coma, right?
3 days.
And a month or so in ICU?
I believe so. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so that may have impacted some of your ability to remember some of the details. I guess with your relationship prior to the accident.
Possibly.
Okay. has it impacted your ability to remember things afterwards?
Not important things.
Okay. So only unimportant things?
I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't say I have a problem remembering.
Okay, okay, fair enough. It's fair to say that after that accident, you became pregnant, right?
Yes,
And you married Mr. Robbins, right? About how long were you married?
a little over 2 years.
Okay. And so Arabella, and when I guess she came along about a year after your marriage, or I'm sorry, she was conceived before your marriage, right?
Yes, sir.
So how old was she? I guess when was she born after after you got married?
She was born in June. I don't remember when Jordan and I got married.
Okay. But it's fair to say it was a couple months after you got married.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jordan was a good father.
Yes.
Um, and after a couple of years or 2 years or so, you guys got divorced. You filed for the divorce?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember why you filed?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what was that about?
Jordan had gone to a strip club and came home intoxicated and called another woman to be his designated driver. There was hours, and there was hours missing of what he was doing with this woman.
And so it's fair to say that you're upset with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of the divorce, you at the end of that, you guys ended up with, you'd mentioned sole custody, but actually you ended up with the standard custody arrangement, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were where she lived, right?
She was with me.
Yeah,
Yes.
she was with you. You guys had a standard custody arrangement where he could come every other weekend, sometimes during the week, right?
Yes, sir. There was only one, I think, modification on that he was not allowed to drink any alcohol when operating a motor vehicle while he had Arabella.
And the same applied to you, right? That was a joint condition, right? That both of you were ordered not to drink and drive while you were in the presence of the child, right?
I don't drink and drive. Yes, I apologize. I just know that my attorney had added that because I just know my attorney added that modification.
And that was because you were concerned about Mr. Robbins, not about someone being concerned about you.
Correct.
So, from the time of the divorce and the initial, do you remember about when that divorce was final?
2016, maybe.
And after that, you guys were able to kind of work out your visitation and everything appeared to be okay.
Yes, we
Right.
co-parented well.
You co-parented well. Kind of moving forward to, we talked about, I guess, your marriage to your current husband. Just so we get this clear, in 2017, you married someone else, right?
Yes,
And who was that?
Brody
Brody, what's Brody's last name?
Walton,
Okay. And how long did that relationship last?
not very long.
You divorced him as well?
I'm gonna object to relevance at this point, Judge.
What is the relevancy?
Your Honor, the state opened the door to all this by going into her marriages and her divorces.
All right, that'll
I
be
just wanna clear that.
sustained.
And well, so Brody was around Arabella, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was another man you lived with it before you got married to Brody, right?
No, sir.
Who's Adrian? Adrian Anderson.
I dated Adrian after Brody, not before.
Okay. So after Brody, Adrian, did you guys live together?
Yes, for a
Okay.
short period.
And he was also around Arabella, right?
Yes,
And so then you married Jason Reed. That's your current husband, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And how many children have you had together?
2.
Two. Okay. And when were your children born with Jason?
March of 2019 and November of 2020.
In November 2020?
Yes, sir.
So it's in about 2020 that things seem to change between you and Mr. Robbins. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Were you guys having, I guess, more difficulty with the custody arrangement at that point?
Yes, maybe more concerns.
And the concerns were coming from you, correct?
Yes, for the well-being of Arabella.
Okay. And so we talked a little bit about that earlier. In 2020, what were your concerns about Arabella's safety?
Just her well-being, her health, her mental and physical state.
Okay. And what was that based upon?
She had shared an incident that had happened when she was with Jordan, and that Jordan's father took her and her cousins to a convenience store with no car seats, no shoes, and inside the convenience store.
And that was enough to have you file a motion to modify the parenting arrangement?
That, as well as her coming home tired, bags under her eyes, thirsty. Things like those.
Okay, so in 2020, how old was Arabella?
Her 5.
Okay, so 5 or 6. and you're concerned that maybe she's running around barefooted. Did you ever see her in the car without a seatbelt on?
I never saw her.
Did any other adult ever see her without a seatbelt on?
Not not to my knowledge, no other adult addressed that with me.
Okay. So you ended up, filing a motion to modify the parent-child relationship. You remember that, right? You hired a lawyer to do that.
Yes, sir.
And that would have been in April 2020 or so?
I believe so. I believe so.
Okay.
Maybe possibly.
And, because of your concerns, one of your demands at that point is you wanted full custody, right?
I can't remember.
Do you remember demanding that, as part of the petition that you filed, that Mr. Robbins, take care of Bella's temperature every 4 hours during his visitation?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember, requesting that he submit to a breathalyzer to be installed in his car during that time?
I remember, I believe it was called SoberLink. Something about
That was one of your demands that you wanted, back in February 2020. I'm sorry, April 2020, when you filed the modification. Maybe this will help you. I know you're struggling with, it's been a while. If this will help you. There's the date it was filed. You recognize that?
right here.
Mhm.
Oh.
And then- There were the. What you're asking. for.
Excuse me. I'm going to ask you all, if you all are having a conversation, don't whisper because the court reporter still is taking down everything
Yes, Your Honor.
and she cannot hear.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just asking you if this helps you, recall what was said in that petition.
I would have to read it, and I mean, I can read it if you'd like me to, but, this does look.
Counsel, you want to mark that as an exhibit
No, Your Honor, I'm just giving her a chance to read and see if it refreshes her recollection.
so that the court reporter in the record, it'll say what it is.
But we don't need that just yet. If she acknowledges it, I don't think it needs to be. part of the
All right.
record.
Yes.
Okay. And so it's true, part of your demands were that he, submit to the sober link, right?
Yes, sir.
And that he tested his child every 4 hours for COVID, right?
I don't remember that part. I didn't see that part.
Moving on, during that time period in April, you started reporting, Mr. Robbins, and the neglect to your physician, Dr. Stafford. Do you remember that?
I remember I would always address any concerns I had with Arabella's health to her pediatrician, Dr. Stafford.
Um, do you remember, a CPS investigation being initiated, because of something you told Dr. Stafford, as a result of what you were alleging, the neglect?
I didn't tell Dr. Stafford.
You didn't report the fact that your child was being neglected and you had concerns to Dr. Stafford?
I shared my concerns with Dr. Stafford, but the CPS that you're referring to, that statement that caused that was from Arabella to Dr. Stafford. She had never shared what she shared to Dr. Stafford that day with me.
Okay. You did call Dr. Stafford, right, and report this neglect,
I would share my concerns.
and that was prior to the meeting with Dr. Stafford, with Arabella's meeting with Dr. Stafford.
I don't believe I spoke with her on the phone. I would call, and usually it was talking to Dr. Stafford's nurse. Okay, I'm concerned with this, and she would let Dr. Stafford know, and then they would get back in touch with me on how to handle.
Do you remember you reported that Arabella was having stomach pains, that she wasn't eating, that she was being neglected?
Anytime Arabella had any medical issues going on, I would call her pediatrician to see what I needed to do, what the next steps were, that guidance.
I guess my question is during this time period in 2020, September of 2020, you did in fact report this neglect to Dr. Stafford, right? You called the office and reported this alleged neglect, correct?
I would call with concern. I don't remember exactly calling and that phone call conversation. I apologize.
That's okay. I'm just gonna show you this and see if this helps you remember this reflects your recollection. Okay. So now do you remember that you called Dr. Stafford in September of 2020 and reported that Mr. Robbins was being neglectful?
I didn't use the word neglectful, but yes, I do remember making that statement that I just read.
Okay. It's kind of similar to what we've heard before in some of your previous testimony, that after a long weekend, she may have come home with stomach pains.
Stomach pains, it looked like she hadn't showered, hadn't brushed her teeth all weekend. She was hungry. Said that he would only feed her 1 meal a day and snacks.
Okay. Now we know that was reported to CPS, correct?
If Dr. Stafford reported that,
Oh, let me ask you this way. Do you know that a CPS investigation was initiated because of your report to Dr. Stafford?
I know that a CPS report was made, but I believe it was because of the statement she made when she saw Dr. Stafford.
Oh, okay, fair enough. And you participated in the CPS investigation. They came to your house, right?
Yes, sir.
And they, as far as you know, Mr. Robbins cooperated. They went to his house, right?
I believe so.
And as a result of that, there was no action taken by CPS on that, right? You guys resolved it.
Correct.
Okay. And so that would have been in September of 2020. So tell me, in between September of 2020 and I guess the time period that these allegations came out, you had several contacts with Dr. Stafford's office about your concerns about Arabella, right?
If it's on record, yes, if it's,
Let me ask you, but maybe this will help you. Did you call Dr. Stafford's office on multiple occasions expressing your concerns about Arabella's well-being?
I would call Dr. Stafford's office anytime I was concerned with her, so if she would come home and yes, she looked physically or mentally not taken care of, yes, I would call Dr. Stafford and ask for guidance.
Okay. Do you recall during that period that Dr. Stafford requested you take Arabella to counselor,
Yes, I do remember that.
K&M counseling?
Yes,
Okay. And you followed that recommendation, you took Arabella to counseling?
yes.
Um, and do you remember about how long she went to counseling there?
I don't recall how long she went there. I know her counselor was, I believe, still getting her license. She had to have supervised sessions with Arabella.
She was getting counseling through a counseling service, and there have been 2 counselors in the room?
No, I believe it was just the one counselor, but she had to share those session notes with the licensed counselor that was with that agency.
Okay, do you remember during the initial intake or during your discussions with that particular counseling group that you reported you had concerns of sexual abuse as far back as September of 2020?
I don't remember that.
I'm going to show you some records to see if these help you refresh your recollection. Particularly on 1, 2.
Okay,
Does that help you remember what you said to the therapist when you started the counseling? K&M?
I said it was a possibility, but that I did not know.
And you had no basis for that at that time, correct?
Just with the symptoms she was showing.
Thirsty, being barefooted, those were all things that made you believe she was being sexually abused.
The barefooting was one incident that Arabella shared with me about going with Jordan's father somewhere. It wasn't an everyday occurrence, or not that, I don't know on that. But the different physical that she was going through, the tiredness, the bags under her eyes, smelling because she hadn't showered, brushing teeth. There was a lot of other.
She's 6 years old at that time, correct?
I believe 6 or 5.
5 or 6, okay. And based on your opinion, you thought because of these factors, you thought she might be sexually abused, and that's what you told the counselor.
I said it was a possibility. I didn't suggest or make the statement that that was occurring.
But you said it was a possibility that Mr. Jordan was sexually abusing his child.
If I said, I didn't say that. If she asked if I suspected it, I said it could be maybe a possibility, but I know I would never have just. She possibly could be getting sexually assaulted by her dad.
Okay, so the concern you had as far back as 2020, enough that you would raise it to the therapist as a possibility.
I don't believe I raised it to her.
Okay. And you also, as part of that intake, you suggested that Mr. Robbins was emotionally abusive towards Arabella.
She said that?
That was what I showed you earlier. Do you remember saying that to the therapist during the intake?
I don't remember that.
See it. We'll put the next line down. See if that helps you remember.
Is that emotional use?
Oh, thank you. So you were suspecting physical abuse, right?
I didn't, I just knew he wasn't taking care of her.
Okay.
Anything was a possibility.
And you were suspecting possible sexual abuse, right?
If she asked, again, it could have been a possibility. Arabella never shared that with me at that time.
Okay. And I hate to keep beating this up, but the reality is that you suspected that it was possible that Mr. Robbins was sexually abusing his child based on these symptoms that you were seeing, reporting.
I guess, yes, it was possible.
Okay, all right. And the same thing about the emotional abuse. You were suspecting that he was committing emotional abuse against his child.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that counseling went on. You took her how often? Weekly?
I believe so.
And do you remember why when you left that particular therapist?
I believe she shared that we could come back whenever we felt Arabella needed counseling, I believe.
And so that counseling went on for how long do you think? 3 or 4 months?
I don't recall.
Okay. It's fair to say that there were no, as far as you know, there were absolutely no allegations from Arabella during those counseling sessions that she had been sexually abused by Mr. Robbins.
No one shared that with me.
Okay. If you'd known that, you would have done something about it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the, I guess the concerns you had about COVID during this time. Okay, were you concerned about your child getting COVID?
I don't even COVID was such an unknown thing, I think. I was concerned if any of us got COVID. I think y'all were concerned with COVID.
Of course, of course. She was vaccinated, right?
Yes,
Do you remember in later on in 2020, reporting to Dr. Stafford that she had this odor you talked about earlier?
yes, sir.
And that was body odor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was one of the grounds that you alleged was a result of Mr. Robbins' abuse or neglect?
I don't remember when I contacted Dr. Stafford if I tied those two together. I remember sharing that and that it was always this strong odor when she would come back from being with him.
Okay. And did you ask for a referral to see if she had precocious puberty at the time?
I never asked for that. Dr. Stafford referred me.
So we know that the CPS investigation regarding that set of allegations was eventually closed, right?
Yes, sir.
And the counseling services were terminated, right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess after that, your petition to modify custody was terminated. Right?
At my house and we discussed and he agreed to be in better communication with myself and my husband so we could co-parent Arabella together.
Okay. But there was no change about any of these other things that you were concerned about as far as her smelly or having therapy. That was nothing that was ever agreed upon.
Therapy was again just the one time and he promised to have her in her car seat and be dressed appropriately when with other people or with himself. But the other things, I mean, there was still times where she would come again tired. I could tell she hadn't bathed or things like that after.
I'm sorry, she had what? 8?
Bathe.
Oh, 8, I'm sorry. So during this time, there were times where she would be with Mr. Jordan and his extended family, right?
Yes,
And there'd be other kids around, right?
yes,
And you know, they all played together like kids do.
yes,
Okay. In fact, she spent a lot of time with her cousins back there playing, and it'd be natural for her to come home tired and sweaty, right?
yes,
And they would feed all the children, right?
yes.
So you have all these concerns, right? All these suspicions that we talked about earlier about Mr. Robbins and the way he was treating Arabella. From, I guess, the time that CPS case was closed and the modification order was settled. Mr. Jordan started, I mean, he never stopped having his visitations with Arabella, right? He was still seeing her regularly.
Yes,
And you guys worked that out and you were okay with that?
yes,
Even though you suspected that he might be committing sexual abuse and neglect upon the child.
if I knew he was having sex with my daughter, I wouldn't have. Would have reported it, just like
In fact, you did, right? You did report it. You reported it to the doctor and you went through CPS and you tried to have custody modified, right?
I never told the doctor that I thought that Jordan was having sex with Arabella. I never made that statement.
Okay. But it's fair to say you suspected it, as you testified to earlier.
It was a possibility with my concerns with her health and mental state.
Okay, I'm gonna move forward now, to January of 2022, okay? There was an incident, I guess, where where Jordan had, been, there was a time when, Arabella had a panic attack about COVID. Do you remember that? You had to go to the pediatrician,
In January?
January 2022.
I remember she had COVID and she was with Jordan. I don't remember her having a panic attack.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. So that would have been, do you remember about what month that was in 2022?
When she had COVID?
Yeah, when she had COVID, 'cause that is something you remember, right? It's an event for you at the time.
She had tested positive for COVID when she was with Jordan, and he, I believe, also tested positive, so she was supposed to quarantine with him and had to stay for 10 days, I believe.
Okay. During that time, she stayed, do you remember, she was around the other family at the lake house during that time, right?
I believe they were having a quarantine party.
And that bothered you, right? That he had exposed her outside of your quarantine zone, right?
Can you rephrase the question?
I know that you, at that time, everyone's being really careful about COVID. I know that you're being careful about COVID, right?
Yes,
And you're concerned about Arabella getting COVID, right?
I was concerned about anyone getting COVID, but yes.
And my question is if you're concerned about Arabella getting COVID, right?
Yes,
And you were upset when you found out that she had tested positive when she was hanging around with Mr. Robbins and his family, right?
I don't believe, I mean, I was concerned. Arabella is. She,
And she's, and I'm sorry to cut you off, I mean, having a hard time with it, but did, and so Arabella stayed with him for 10 days, 2 weeks during that time?
yes, for Dr. Stafford's recommendations.
Okay. And that would have been January of 2022, thereabouts?
Yes, I believe so.
And again, you made a phone call to Dr. Stafford, told him that she had tested positive, right?
I don't believe I made that phone call.
You know she had been tested by Dr. Stafford, right? For COVID?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm sorry. Do you remember if that was Mr. Robbins that took her to I apologize. It was Mr. Robbins that took Arabella to see Dr. Stafford about the COVID test.
I believe so, yes.
That would have been late January 22. Does that sound about right?
I just remember it was January of 2022.
And right around the corner, you talked about this a little bit earlier. You said that I guess there'd been a weekend where Arabella had went to, out of town with Mr. Robbins and, oh, I'm sorry, they'd gone to a hotel, is what it said.
Yes.
Do you remember the details of that, where they went?
I don't remember where they went. I just remember she shared that they had gone and stayed at a hotel.
Okay. And that would have been, I think what you testified earlier too, it would have been Jordan and Arabella, right? And then Josefina. And who's Josefina?
I believe Jordan's girlfriend.
You know Josefina well, right?
I met her through Jordan.
Okay.
Jordan
But you guys talk a lot, you communicate a lot. She was around a lot when you guys were exchanging the child, right?
She wasn't always present.
Did you have any problems with Josefina?
No, I did not.
And then the other person would have been her son, LJ. They're the ones that went to the hotel, right?
That's what Arabella shared.
Okay. And that bothered you, right?
That did not bother me. What bothered me is she shared that LJ and her slept in the same bed at the hotel.
Okay. LJ is Josefina's child,
Yes, sir.
and about how old was he at the time?
I believe he was 12 at the time.
Okay. And they all stayed in the same room, right? As far as you know.
As far as I know.
But it upset you that LJ was sleeping in the same bed with Arabella.
Yes, it did.
Okay, okay. And you remember just after that, you started interviewing with lawyers to change custody again.
No,
Okay, so in your such your testimony, you did not go out and start interviewing lawyers and engage a lawyer to modify custody at that time, right after you heard about them spending this weekend at the hotel.
I searched for a lawyer when I found out about the abuse that was occurring. When she outcried to me.
Do you remember calling the pediatrician around that time?
Yes, because she was sick.
And yeah, so your call was that she was sick at that point, right? And you renewed your concerns about neglect to Dr. Stafford.
I believe so.
Okay. And it's important. I mean, this is right when this outcry is about to happen, okay? So I want to be clear. There, at that point, your main concern was the fact that Jordan had taken Arabella to a hotel and stayed in the hotel room with Josefina and her son, right? That was your initial concern, right?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
And initially, there were no any kind of allegations of sexual abuse when you started consulting the attorneys, right?
I believe I only consulted the attorneys when I found out about the abuse.
Okay.
When she outcried to me.
And so if you don't remember on February 7th hiring a lawyer for a family lawyer on February 7th prior to filing the CPF report and moving forward with these allegations.
If that's the date on file, then that was, I apologize.
That's okay.
It's been a long time.
It's fair to say you were immediately engaging a lawyer at that time to try to modify the conditions and to take Arabella away from Mr. Jordan.
I wanted to protect her when they found out about the outcry.
So at some point you get the initial outcry and you file a CPS report yourself at that time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also call law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, did you call them when they came to the house or did you go to their the police station?
The first call, an officer came to our house.
Do you remember who that was?
I believe his name was McAllister. I
Okay.
just remember him being very tall.
Okay. And during that initial contact that you had with Officer McAllister, do you describe basically the washing in the shower, right?
I don't believe she had shared that with me at that point.
The tight hugging, and what about any of the other allegations? Had she disclosed the rough washing to you yet?
I don't believe she shared what occurred in the shower at
Okay.
that time.
And the same thing, there was no initial outcry of the other things about the circle and the square and the triangle. The initial outcry was limited only to just the tight hugging.
I believe so, that first day, it was. I don't believe she used the terminology of circle, square.
And where did she learn that from?
I never taught her that. That was something that she just said when she outcried. She just said, let's call it a circle. Let's call it a triangle. We've never referred to.
She's about this. There's been a lot of time passed since we started, so she's about 8 years old at this point.
She was 7 when she outcried.
She was 7. I'm sorry. Yeah. So she was around 7. So and she's choosing this vocabulary on her own to describe this event.
That's the vocabulary she used with me. But not that, she used that when she outcried the other. I just want to make sure you weren't asking about the first time with Officer McAllister.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just asking, I guess, what she told you initially. It was just the tight hugging, right? It was none of this other stuff.
Yes, I believe she did not use the triangle circle until day after.
And it was the next day that you then called CPS again and gave them this additional information you testified to about earlier.
I believe I called CPS before I called the police. When I met with Officer McAllister, I had already made the CPS report where I was able to give him that information.
Right. And the next day you testified there was more allegations that came out when you were talking to her, right?
Yes,
And you called the detective to give him an update about what you had heard, right?
yes,
And you also called CPS to give them an update about what you had heard.
yes, per their instruction. If there was any new information or anything, they said to contact them. He gave me his card, and CPS said again to just call.
Okay. Shortly thereafter, you filed a restraining order against Mr. Robbins, right?
Yes,
And as part of that, you alleged sexual abuse, correct?
yes,
And as part of that, you would have sworn to a couple of statements. You made a couple of affidavits, correct, about what you believed was going on and what Arabella had allegedly told you.
yes, what she outcried to me.
And as, I guess just as the days go, if you kind of follow the same pattern, if something new comes up, you call your doctor, you call CPS, you call police and give them an update.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, I guess when they first mentioned to you that they would need for Arabella to go in and give a forensic interview?
I know that they shared that it may take a while because appointments there were hard to get.
All right, and just one moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I forgot to tell you, if you ever need a break, just raise your hand and let us know. Does anyone need a break? Okay, all right. I just heard a lot of movement in the chairs. All right, so again, you've heard some evidence in this case. You're not allowed to start deliberating with yourselves or with anyone else. Everything that you need to learn about this case is to come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, so I will have you all come back. We'll say 2:21. That'll give everybody about 15 minutes. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. right, you're still under oath and defense. I believe it's your cross.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Reed, one of the things that I left out, I apologize, just so we're all on the same page. I guess just prior to these allegations coming out, where was Mr. Robbins living?
When Arabella outcried to me, she had never shared any of that with me before. That was the first time she's ever shared that
Okay.
with me.
And so my question is when the outcry occurs, okay, that is in first part of February 6th or so, 2022, right? Where was Mr. Jordan's residence? Where did he live?
In his new house in Shirts, Texas.
And how long had he lived there for?
I believe he had gotten a house sometime in September of 2020. I believe that's what I see.
If I told you it was October of 2019, would you disagree with that?
If that's when he bought the house, I wouldn't disagree if that's when he bought it.
But he had been living there for a while, right, before this happened, where the outcry happened, correct?
If it was October 2019, then yes.
Okay. And you had decided to move into that same neighborhood, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when did you move into that neighborhood?
Well, when she outcried, I believe we had just moved in. It had only been a couple months that we had been living in our new home.
Okay. So you had moved to Mr. Robbins' neighborhood, right? You knew where he lived, correct?
Yes, correct. I knew where he lived, but the house was perfect for our family. And with Mr. Robbins being in the neighborhood, we thought that was perfect opportunity to be able to co-parent even better.
Okay. And so my question was, is that you moved into his neighborhood, right? In fact, it's 10 houses away.
I moved into the same neighborhood. And he lived in the neighborhood and I moved into the same neighborhood.
His house was about 10 houses away, right?
I don't know how many houses away it was. I know it was down the street.
Okay. And you could walk there in just a couple minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was just a couple of months before the outcry?
I believe so.
Okay. So it's fair to say it was after all the other allegations that you had made against Mr. Robbins, right? Is that after that whole 2020 episode where you're alleging neglect and all those other things, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What I'm asking you is, did you move in the same neighborhood as Mr. Robbins after the previous allegations and the CPS investigation back in 2020, right?
I didn't move into our new home because Mr. Robbins lived in that neighborhood. It had the number of bedrooms we needed, the space we wanted for our children, and it so happened to be in the same neighborhood as Mr. Robbins lived in, so we thought it was a plus in the fact that we wanted to work with Mr. Robbins on how we were parenting Arabella. We wanted to work together for her best interest.
It's fair to say you could have moved anywhere in the area, right? You chose to move into that neighborhood.
I chose that neighborhood, but not because Mr. Robbins lived in that neighborhood.
Well, and I'm sorry, it should be, and maybe it's my question is different. But you're testifying both ways. So was it because he lived there or was it not because he lived there?
I didn't try to find a house in the same neighborhood as Mr. Robbins. During that time period, I think that's when houses were far and few, and it just so happened that that house was in the same neighborhood as Mr. Robbins.
Okay. And a couple months later, you allege that the outcry occurred and Arabelle told you what you talked about earlier. Just kind of catch back up. Do you report this to the police, right?
I reported it to CPS and the police.
The CPS, the police, you engage a lawyer, right?
I believe so, yes.
Did you hire a lawyer to modify the parent-child relationship and regarding Mr. Robbins?
It's because my concerns were that
And I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you'll just answer the question that's asked, okay? I'm asking you, did you hire a lawyer to modify the conditions of custody almost immediately?
yes,
Okay. And as part of that, you moved for a temporary restraining order, right? To try to prevent Arabella from being around Mr. Robbins, right?
yes, because she was scared.
Again, the
I
question is, yeah, the
yes,
question
I
is.
Excuse me, let me stop both for a moment. The court reporter has to take down everything that everyone is saying. So the court reporter can only take down one person at a time. So listen to the question, answer the question, and he will let you answer the question. When either side makes an objection, stop talking, and then I'll make a ruling. And if you don't know whether you should continue to answer or not, just ask me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so sir, please ask your question.
Thank you, Judge. So do you remember hiring a lawyer and filing a motion to get temporary orders to prevent Arabella from having access to Mr. Robbins?
Yes,
And you did that almost immediately upon the outcry, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of that, you attached an affidavit, right, that you swore to, right? And in that affidavit, you set out a lot of details, kind of giving the same story that you've given today. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. So what I want to do is just ask you a few questions about some of the allegations you made in the temporary restraining order, the request for a temporary restraining order in that affidavit, okay? Have you seen it in a while?
it's been a while.
Okay. So to be fair, you went all the way back to 2020 when you were recounting events, and when you submitted this application for the temporary restraining order.
If that's what is in the papers.
Does that help you remember?
I see that there.
You don't need to talk right now. Does that help you remember what you said in the affidavit?
I see 2020 on the paper, but I haven't read everything that's on there.
Take a minute if you like to. Here's, if that helps you. And you'll just let me know when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So, this helps you remember what you said in that affidavit?
Yes,
Okay. And you filed this on 2/10, correct? Yeah, I guess I should have you.
sorry.
Right.
I didn't wait. February 10th, 2022, yes, sir.
And I just want to ask you a couple of questions about some things that you've testified to today, okay? Um, so, and do you remember in your affidavit and for your temporary restraining order that you claimed that Mr. Robbins, while Arabella was with Mr. Robbins, she would come back with bruises,
Yes, I do remember that.
lice in her hair?
Yes, there was an instance when she did come back with lice in her hair.
Bites throughout her body and injuries that she would say were accidents, that's what you said in your report.
Yes, sir.
One of the things I wanted to ask you about is that, and I think you talked about this a little bit earlier from both of us. It had to do with LJ, right? She said that you said in your affidavit that she forced Arabella to sleep in the same bed with LJ.
I said she,
Did you say that Arabella had told you that she was made to sleep with Jordan's girlfriend's son, LJ?
yes,
Yeah, and I think you, and part of your affidavit said that was because there weren't enough rooms at the place, there weren't enough sleeping arrangements there at the house.
I,
Look at this real quickly. I know there's a lot here and you haven't seen it in a while.
yes, that's what's on the paper.
Okay, well, that's what you swore to, right?
Yes,
And so it was your testimony earlier, was that, that Mr. Robbins made Arabella, or she slept with Mr. Robbins because he didn't have the lullabies or whatever it was. She had her own bed in there, right?
Yes,
And there was a couch, correct?
yes, sir.
And so there was also a bed in Mr. Robbins' room as far as you knew, right?
Yes, sir.
So there were enough sleeping arrangements, right, at that house?
Yes,
Okay,
but
but what?
when she shared that she slept with LJ, that was at the hotel.
Okay. But when you made the affidavit out, you said you were talking about his house, right? I'm just gonna show you the.
I do see that.
And so, and it's important, because details are important, right? You would agree, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so one of your complaints was that she was forced to sleep with Mr. Robinson's bed because there were not enough sleeping arrangements in the house, right? When LJ was over.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, let me rephrase it. Your previously sworn testimony was that Chief Arabella was made to sleep in Jordan's girlfriend's with Josephina's 12-year-old son LJ, as they do not have enough sleeping arrangement.
That's what's on the paper, and she shared with me that she was forced to sleep with LJ.
Okay. And so when we talked earlier, and I want to get this timeline really careful here, right before the outcry, you testified that Mr. Robbins, Josefina, Arabella, and LJ had gone and spent the weekend at a hotel, right?
She said that they were at a hotel. I don't know where the hotel
Okay.
was.
But you understood that they were there for the weekend, right?
From my best recollection, I believe that's what she said.
Okay.
I don't know if it was just a night or the whole weekend.
Okay. And it was then the next day she came home and you said she appeared to be tired.
She appeared to be sick.
She appeared to be sick. And that's when you asked her, I believe when Mr. Saldana was asking you questions, that you asked her about her sleeping arrangements, right?
Yes,
And that would have been kind of day 2 of the morning after the initial outcry, right? Which day 1, she talks about the hugging, right? And then the following morning, you ask her, why she's so tired, right? And you ask about the sleeping arrangements.
I believe that was day 1 where she told me about the hugs in bed.
Okay.
Or I believe that's.
And I guess what I'm just trying to clarify for all of this is the reason she was tired is because she had been out or sick or whatever you were perceiving, was because she had been at a hotel for the weekend with Mr. Robbins and Josefina and their child, right? So that's when you were asking her about her sleeping arrangements.
I believe so.
Okay, and specifically you asked about the sleeping arrangements at his house.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, she hadn't been there in I guess, at least over a week, right? Because he hadn't had any visitation with her prior to their weekend at the hotel.
Well, he had her for those 10 days of COVID.
Yeah, that was in January, right? Not February. That was a month earlier.
Just a couple weeks, because it was the beginning of February when he got to see her again.
Okay. And when he got to see her again, that's when they had the trip, when they went to the hotel.
Yes.
Okay. So my question is why are you concerned about, her sleeping arrangements, when she's just telling you they got back from the hotel?
I understand your question. Let's see, mother's instinct is there was times before where again she comes back with the baggy eyes and tired.
So again, it was your instinct or your suspicion about Mr. Robbins that caused you to start asking these questions.
No,
Well, you testified earlier, you were asking her about the sleeping arrangements.
yes, I asked where she slept at her dad's house.
Okay, and my question is, why are you asking her about her sleeping arrangements at her dad's house when she just returned from a trip or from a stay at the hotel with Mr. Robbins and Miss Josefina and their two children?
Mother's instinct. I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember, as part of your affidavit, talking about the quarantine period, now that you've had a chance to look at it?
Yes,
And it's fair to say that one of the reasons that you complained about also was that Mr. Robbins did not follow the doctor's instructions about the appropriate quarantine period.
yes,
And you told the court in this affidavit that you submitted in family court that that was supposed to be for 3 weeks, right?
if that's what the document said, then yes.
And I believe that earlier you testified that it was just 10 days, right?
If I said I believe it was 10 days, it's over 2 years ago.
I understand. I mean, we're trying to get to the bottom of this and just asking you to answer honestly, okay?
Yes, sir.
So as part of, I guess, mother's instinct, it's fair to say that you have questioned Arabella extensively about these allegations since they first come out, right?
No, not. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You've talked to Arabella a lot about these allegations, right?
No, not a lot.
It's fair to say that you continue to talk to Arabella about these allegations after the outcry, right?
Only when she would share with me, she would initiate these outcries and
And you would call, and we have, how many times did you think that you called to update law enforcement about new things that you had learned?
anytime she shared new abuse that had occurred, I would call both CPS and the police
And your doctor, right?
and her doctor,
Okay.
doctors and
And you're trying to create a record, correct?
I wasn't trying to create she shared what happened to me and I knew that it was wrong and I reported it to everyone that I knew I should report it to.
If I had, and I'm sorry, I haven't counted all the times. Is it fair to say that you reached out to law enforcement about these allegations at least a dozen times? As well as the doctor and CPS, right? You contacted them many times about the allegations as they came out when you were talking to Arabella, right?
I don't have a number for how many times she shared information with me.
And I'm asking you to give us an idea of about how many, not exactly how many.
I wouldn't know more than 5.
But it's fair to say that I mean, and I guess the same thing is true about your discussions with the district attorney's office. You've had multiple calls to them and emails to them also, right?
No, sir.
Did you remember, I guess, getting ready for trial and preparing for trial with the district attorney's office?
I met with Mr. Ray
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
to be prepared for today.
Okay. And that's not the first time that happened, right? You met with some other prosecutors, right? Last year, you were getting ready for trial, right?
Just 2 times before this,
2 times before. Okay.
and they were 2 different prosecutors.
And did you try, have you always been honest and truthful to them?
Yes,
Do you remember as you were getting prepared for trial once before, denying that you were intoxicated during that accident?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance?
Your Honor, if she is an outcry witness, her credibility is at issue.
All right, objection is sustained.
Do you remember who the second detective on the case was?
the second detective.
So you mentioned McAllister at the beginning, right? I'm sorry, and I guess the detective that was assigned to the case that you had a lot of contact with was Detective Hillary Murphy. Is
Yes,
that correct? And it's fair to say that you had a lot of contact with her also, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, you reported Mr. Robbins for a violation of his bond on several occasions, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overrule.
Did you report Mr. Robbins on a couple of occasions for violations of his conditions of bond?
Yes, I did.
And one of those was because he paid a bill to the therapist, right?
Yes, he was not supposed to have any contact with me.
And so when he paid the bill through PayPal, you reported that to the police as a violation of his bond?
A part of the bond was he was supposed to not have any direct contact with me. And with the PayPal, it immediately notified me on the phone that I had received money from Georgia Robbins with a message on it stating about how much the bill and what was the bill for.
And you reported him to the police for that?
Yes, because that was part of his condition he wasn't supposed to do.
Was he supposed to help pay for some of the medical expenses?
Yes, he was supposed to pay for half.
And in all fairness, you had sent him a message, right, asking him to pay the bill.
I believe it was through our attorneys.
All right. And you made another allegation against Mr. Robbins and filed a police report alleging that he was trying to hack into your security system at home.
I made a report that someone had hacked into our security system, which has never happened before. We had that security system for so many years and found it unusual that we were going through this and then someone had hacked.
Okay, you reported to Detective Hillary Murphy that you believe Mr. Robbins was trying to hack into your security system, correct?
If that's what the report says,
I'm just asking you what you remember.
I don't remember that report.
Can I ask if this helps you in your recollection any?
I don't see where I'm saying this, Jordan.
It's fair to say that this report caused Mr. Robbins to be investigated for violating the conditions of his bond, right?
Your Honor, foster speculation.
Sustained.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
State.
Briefly, Judge. Okay, Ms. Reed, so I know it's been a while, it's been 2 years, and I think you also mentioned during cross-examination about traumatic brain injury that may have impeded your ability to remember things. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay, so you mentioned earlier during direct examination, do you remember when Mr. Robbins moved into his new house?
I believed it was September 2020.
September of 2020?
That what he said. I apologize.
That's what but I want to make sure and we clarify for the record, because to defense, he kind of threw a date and you sort of said, yes, it was October of 2019. I just want to make sure we clarify that.
Yeah, again, if that's what his paperwork says, obviously I didn't buy his house. I thought from my best recollection, it was October 2020.
October 2020. Would it surprise you to know that the deed says September of 2020?
I'm sorry.
The deed,
The deed, yes.
would it surprise you to know that it's from September of 2020?
No.
Okay. So I just want to go through the timeline again. This whole going to the hotel, going back to 2022 in February, Sunday, they went to the hotel with Miss Robbins and Arabella, and then she comes to you on Sunday evening. Do you remember the date on Sunday evening?
I just know it was the first weekend of February of 2022.
Okay. The first weekend of February of 2022. That would be February 6th of 2022. That's a Sunday.
Okay,
Is that fair to say?
yes.
Okay. Monday is February the 7th, right?
Mhm.
And you stated earlier that Arabella did not tell you anything Sunday night because she was upset, she was sick, right? And you didn't ask her anything, right? It wasn't until the next day, which was February the 7th, that you revisited her outburst, right?
Yes,
And is that when she told you about the abuse?
yes.
Okay. You didn't report it to the police on that day, right?
I don't believe we did.
Okay. Do you remember stating in your direct examination that you said, okay, get some rest?
I remember telling her yes.
Okay. And then the next, and I think you reported to the doctor and then CPS, and then later on the next day, you
Yes.
reported it to the police,
To-
right?
yes.
Okay. This was on February the 8th. Then comes in. Then what happened the next day?
The next day is when she shared more about how the hugs occur in sofa during the daytime and about the showers and helping her. in the
Okay. So new information, right? But you already had reported it to McAllister, right? Before she gives you this new information. Is that fair to say?
Once I got the information from her, I called McAllister and reported the new information.
Okay. And around this time, I think defense was asking you about a restraining order that you were talking to an attorney about, right? And were you concerned about Arabella?
She made it very clear after telling me that she did not want to see him and she was afraid.
So do you know what would have happened if you didn't talk to an attorney and sought a restraining order? Would Arabella need to go back with dad when it's his turn again?
Yes, yes.
You also, they also asked you about a report that you made for the violation of a bond condition. Who told you, so when he sent you that payment, were you just trying to make the report because that's what you were told to do, or because you wanted to get him into trouble?
No, I did not want to get him into trouble.
So just like you've reported every other instances, you did the same here.
Yes.
Okay. For the security system, did you know it was him?
No, I did not.
So you just reported it to the police
Correct.
and let them figure it out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then my final questions. I'm gonna show you what has been marked as state's exhibit 1, 2, and 3. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
Can you please tell us what these photographs are?
Took pictures of Arabella throughout the years.
State's Exhibit 1 is a photograph of Arabella. How old was she around that time the photo was taken?
I think she was 5.
State's Exhibit 2, how old was she roughly?
4.
State's Exhibit 3,
6 or 7.
okay. Do these photographs, State's Exhibit 1, 2, and 3, clearly and accurate depict how Arabella looked throughout across the years?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 1, 2, and 3 into evidence pending any objections.
Defense has no objections to State's Exhibit 1, 2, or 3, Your Honor.
All right, States Exhibit 1, 2, and 3 are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. The state reserves to publish these photographs later drawn to trial. At this time, the state passes the witness.
All right, any further prompts?
Just very quickly. Ms. Reed, you just testified in response to Mr. Saldana about the filing of the complaints about violating protective orders by him allegedly, well, he did, he paid a bill for Arabella's therapy. And you said you didn't want to get him into trouble. Is that what your testimony is?
I said that I wasn't purposely trying to get him in trouble.
Were you trying to allege that he was violating his protective order?
He was not supposed to have direct contact with me, and he did contact me. I had a message on my phone with his name on it.
Okay. And were you trying to extend the protective order at that time?
I don't know how long the protective order was for at that time.
Okay. Do you recall sending an email to Detective Hillary Murphy asking her about those things, if you could get his protective order extended?
I don't recall that.
Just gonna ask if this helps you remember.
I see me asking questions. I'm not sure when that email was sent to. You can show me the date, but again, I'm not sure if it's where.
Help you. So it's true that you were asking if you could, asking Detective Murphy, based on this PayPal payment, whether or not you could get an extension of the protective order, correct?
No, I asked about an extension of the protective order, not because of what he did.
In fact, you had asked her if she could get the protection order extended because of the tooth violations that he had committed. Allegedly. You seem like you're having a hard time remembering. Does that help you remember now what you told Detective Hillary?
I see the email, but again, I'm asking questions, not again pertaining as he did this and I expected something out of it. And again, the timeline on those emails, I'm not sure.
Do you dispute that you told Detective Hillary if there's gonna be any updates about extending the protective order because he allegedly violated the conditions of bond twice?
That's a compound question. Let's break it down.
I'm sorry.
That would be a compound question. I would ask the defense break down the question.
All right, the objection to compound question is sustained.
Did you ask Hillary, Detective Hillary Murphy, for updates on the protective order with him violating twice?
I asked that question.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone other than the state's attorney or defense attorneys. Make sure you're available if either party decides to recall you. All right, you may step down. State, call your next witness.
State calls Officer Ryan McAllister.
All right, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can have a seat. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the court reporter and the jurors can hear. You'll state your name for the record.
Ryan McAllister.
All right, state.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Officer McAllister, how are you employed?
Shirts Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Shorts Police Department?
4 years.
Okay, and what's your current position with the department?
Currently, for about the past year, I've been with working as a warrant officer for the municipal court, and then prior to that, I was a patrol officer
So how long have you been in the warrant as a warrant officer?
for about a year.
Okay, so for the last 5 years, were you a patrol officer?
For the last 3 years, which are to patrol officers, 8 years total law enforcement.
Got it. So the last, for the first 3 years when you were the patrol officer, what are the general duties of a patrol officer?
Calls for service, arrest violators, crime prevention, traffic enforcement.
Okay. Were you working, I want to talk about what happened on February the 8th of 2022. Were you working that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you dispatched for a possible sexual abuse report?
Yes,
Do you remember the address?
I do not remember that yourself yet.
Would having a copy of your offense or of the supplement that you wrote and the incident detail key card help you and refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna show you on Mr. Mark, the State's Exhibit 4 and 5. Do you recognize these?
I do.
Okay, State's Exhibit 4, what is it?
The incident report,
Okay, State's Exhibit 5,
the supplement,
Okay,
or
so-
the CAD report and then supplement.
and did you write what's in here?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so feel free to review it, refresh your recollection, read it to yourself, do not read out loud from it. So what was the address that you got dispatched to?
Address is 11440 Holly Force
Okay, so when you, what did you get dispatched for?
for the possible sexual abuse, outcry.
Okay, so who did you make contact with when you arrived?
Miss Reed, Alexandra Reed,
Okay, was there anybody else present?
her, guess there was a husband at the time. I do not remember his name offhand.
Okay, was it another male?
Yes.
Okay, so when you spoke with him, where did you speak to her?
In their dining room.
Okay, so you went inside the house,
Yes.
okay? And when you were talking to Miss Reed, obviously you cannot tell me what she said because that would be hearsay, but how would you describe her demeanor when you were talking to her?
Extremely upset. It was kind of hard to talk to her a little bit just because a couple of words. She was very, very upset, trying to hold back tears. Very upset. I could only get like a few words out at a time.
But was she giving you very much details?
It's very, very vague. Like I said, it's kind of hard to understand and just like very vague and did not have a whole lot of details at that time.
Okay, so after you spoke with her, what did you do?
I went back to my patrol vehicle. I contacted my supervisor, my sergeant, asked, kind of explained to him what we had. Told them that
Well, remember, we can't get too much into what she said because that would be hearsay, but
it told my supervisor what we had. He asked me what I thought, and he agreed. And
so just remember, anything anybody told you cannot come in because it's hearsay, okay,
Sure.
including your sergeant. So going back, when you were talking to Ms. Reed, were you able to get a name of the complainant in this case?
the
What was she reporting? Who was she reporting this about?
her daughter,
Okay, and do we have a name for the daughter?
Gabriella
Say that one more time.
Robbins,
Gabriella or Arabella?
Arabella.
Okay.
Mispronounced that.
So you went to speak with your sergeant. Is that typically the procedure that you follow, that you go through as an officer?
Yes, especially some situations like that, if it has to be referred to our investigations division, because we talk to him, and if he deems that it's something that needs to be pushed up to our investigations division like that night, he'll contact them after I would contact him.
Okay,
Yes.
and the information that you're relaying to him is the information that you got from
Yes,
Ms. Reed, right?
yes.
Did you talk to Arabella that evening?
No,
In fact, did you even make any contact?
no, sir.
Okay. After you came back, because did you step out of the house to speak with your sergeant?
Yes, I did.
Was your sergeant there, or how did you talk to him?
By phone.
Okay, so when you went back into the house, how did you handle this call?
I told Miss Reed kind of what was going on. I didn't have, due to the lack of details at that point, I didn't have that much to push forward with an offense. I told her if at any time there discovers more to contact, please contact. And since there was already a report to another agency at that time, that they would also be investigating, they can contact us as well.
So, she didn't give very much details, but would it be fair to say that you also didn't ask very much questions?
No, I did not try to get too much into details. I was just trying to listen very carefully because it was extremely hard to get more, kind of push more into the questioning because of the way she was there, because she was crying, distraught, and just trying to get the information out of her.
So looking at your report, there are notes that you mentioned, but as I'm looking at it, you did not find enough grounds for an offense report in this case?
Just from the totality of everything and just kind of the lack of everything, not at that time, I didn't. It'd have been kind of, in my opinion, very weak at that time, but
Tell me about your opinion about it being very weak. Why do you think it's very weak?
if I would have dug deeper and asked more questions and dug deeper that night, I absolutely would have pushed that into an offense report that night and push it up to our investigations division.
Okay, and it would have referred over to the investigations division. So what is the role of the investigations division?
They start setting up interviews, especially the child advocacy center for that interview with the child victim, as well as interviewing all parties involved.
Okay, so to conduct a proper investigation.
Correct.
Okay. So, have you had a chance to review your body cam to refresh your recollection?
I did.
So looking back, at the information that you have, would you still?
Objection, Your Honor, this is speculation.
All right, let me hear the question and then you make your objection and I'll make a ruling.
So looking back at the information that you have in front of you, and of course reviewing your body cam, would you have handled this call the same way?
Objection, Your Honor, it calls for speculation.
All right, that will be overruled.
You can answer.
Yes, I would, especially knowing details now. Yes. And even that night, going back and just reviewing the body cam and be able to rehear some of the details and kind of go back, rewind, listen, go back, rewind, listen. Yes, I would.
You would have what?
I would have pushed it up to the offense report and probably contacted our investigations division that night, or had my sergeant contact the investigations division that evening.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, is it Officer McAllister?
Yes, Officer McAllister.
My name is John Floyd. I just need to ask you a few questions, all right? So there was a lot of, I guess, speculation looking back, that, ifs and whats and but fors, right? But that night, your testimony is that, okay, what have you reviewed prior to testifying today? Let me start there.
My report and my body cam from the evening.
Have you had a chance to see the rest of the offense report that was involved in this case?
I had access to it, but I did not read through the whole report at that time.
Okay, and so I guess my first question is gonna be, you said the details that I know now.
Yeah.
Where'd you get those details?
Just from talking to the other officer right after me, that Officer Abgar, talking to her and what transpired during there.
And when did you talk to her about it?
Originally, it was probably a couple of days after when she took the report, because she told me about it, and then right after, I guess, a few days ago when we were discussing the case as well.
Okay, so you've talked about it, I guess, a couple of days after you did your call.
Yes.
And then you've debriefed again with another detective about it.
Yes.
And that's where you learned details you didn't know before.
Correct.
Okay, you've also talked to the DA's office getting prepared for this, right?
Correct.
You learned more details there that you're using to formulate this opinion, right?
Not too many new details. Because we did not go into too many details from now Detective Abgar's.
Okay, and you talked to Detective Abgar a few days ago, is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay. And I see, it seems like you're kind of beating yourself up, but the reality is when this call was made, there were no allegations of any kind of sex acts reported at all, right?
From what I determined at the scene, and everything involved, no, not at that time. I did not.
Right. And that was based on what you had heard from the complainant's mom, right? Alexandra Reed, right?
Sure.
And can you tell us exactly when did you make that call?
When did I
When
leave?
did you arrive at the home?
2111, which is 9/11 in the evening.
So we're talking about 9:11 PM on February 8th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay. And she's crying, is that what you were saying?
yes. She was more trying to hold back tears. She was trying to hold everything together. She was just holding back
Okay.
tears.
Because I thought your testimony earlier was that she was so upset, it was hard for her to get a word out.
Yeah, she was just holding back tears. She was able to get like maybe a sentence out, a few words, and she kind of had to compose herself and get a few words out, compose herself.
So you had an opportunity to hear her out, right? You didn't cut her off and leave.
No.
Okay. And in fact, after talking to her, you talked to your supervisor,
Correct.
right? You didn't make the call just to shut this down on your own.
No.
And based on your opinion and your supervisor's opinion, you had determined that no sex acts were reported, right?
Correct.
And there was nothing further to investigate at that time.
At that time.
Okay. Now, you know that since then, there has been, I guess another officer was contacted and more things came out.
Correct.
Are you familiar, have you ever had to respond out to that neighborhood before?
To the neighborhood, yes, but nowhere near those residents.
Okay. Now, there was testimony earlier that you did not attempt to talk to the child. Why was that?
That's something we don't do. One, we don't want to re-victimize if there was. Two, she was like getting ready for bed, something like that. And that's just one thing we do not interview children with something like that.
So it's fair to say, according to your training, you know that when you arrive on a scene like this, you avoid trying to interview a child when these kind of allegations are being made.
Just
One of the reasons is you don't want to re-victimize. Also, you don't want to do anything that may be suggestive to the child, right?
yes, sir.
You don't want to do anything that may accidentally coach the child into what they're saying, right? Because there's specialized people that do that who are trained in interview children.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you make any attempt to contact, I guess, Mr. Robbins that evening?
No, sir.
Did you know that he lived just a few houses down the street?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. But you chose not to even go out and interview him.
No, sir.
Pass the witness.
State?
Yes, Judge. Okay, Officer McAllister, I'm gonna go and point something out in your report, because it's my understanding that you mentioned that you did not find a sexual offense, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you also mentioned that you spoken with Abgar after you wrote your supplement, right? And that's when looking back, you would realize that you should have done a different outcome, right?
Correct.
So I think you also reviewed your body cam, right? The same body cam that recorded the events that evening, right?
Yes, I did.
And a lot of those, there's details in there that may not have been in your report, correct?
I do not know what.
Okay, so let's talk about this. So let's go ahead and look at your report, and I'm gonna direct your attention at line 6 of the second paragraph.
Mhm.
And that would be towards the middle, where it says this part right here, and then line 7, right where it says right here,
Mhm.
and this part right here, and then line 8, this part right here. So wouldn't you agree with me that that would be considered injury to a child? At the bare minimum.
Looking back kind of at the totality of everything, the way you described it. Yes, you could push for an offense at
Okay.
that.
So what about the moment when she mentioned, I think and, well, so I just want to make sure because I'm trying to, I know it's coming, but you did say that there was no sexual offense and I'm gonna get there. She did state to you that she can feel the whole,
Objection, Your Honor. This is an inappropriate question.
What's the legal objection?
It's hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
do you remember her telling you something that she didn't finish? A sentence that she couldn't finish.
It's that she can just feel,
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, I'm not asking for what she's saying. I'm just asking if you remember her telling you something, a sentence she couldn't finish.
yes.
Yes. Did you ask a follow-up question to that sentence?
No, I did not.
Could you have asked a follow-up question to get clarification?
Absolutely.
No further questions, Judge. Oh, actually, I take that back. I do want to also talk about. Wasn't the only time you spoke with Alexander, right?
No, she, I believe on the 11th, a voicemail was relayed to my email because she contacted dispatch. I was actually on a way to a DWI or a crash or something like that. I quickly returned the phone call to see what exactly was going on. She told me she had further details with the incident, but she was currently in Livonia staying with family members. From what I can recall, I told her.
Objection. Your Honor, hearsay.
Yes, remember,
Sustained.
you cannot tell me what she says, okay?
I told her as soon as you can, come to the church police department so you can talk to a detective, write statements, anything like that with more information.
Okay, so she followed up based on new information.
Yes,
With you.
yes,
And
from what I told her the first time.
and you gave her, what did you tell her to do?
To come to the church police department.
Perfect. No further questions.
Defense.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm struggling with what Mr. Saldana is trying to reshape this offense report. How long were you out there before the interview was completed, do you know?
40 minutes, 45 minutes.
And after 45 minutes of hearing from Miss Reed, you spoke to your supervisor, you told him everything that you had heard, right? And you had no reason to believe at that time that an offense had been committed, correct?
Not at that time, no, sir.
If you had, you would have done something about it, right?
Sir.
At a very minimum, you might have rolled down the street and talked to Mr. Robbins to get his side of the story, right?
Sir.
Okay. So it's only after all of this preparing and talking to the officers and talking to the DA's office, now that there's this, I guess, disappointment that you didn't file charges. Based on the information you had at the time, do you feel you did anything wrong?
I could have absolutely interviewed further, but like I said, I should have interviewed further.
But you didn't because you didn't believe an offense had been committed.
From what I had at that time, no, sir.
And you staffed that with your supervisor and that was the consensus, right?
Sir.
Okay, I pass the witness. Your Honor.
All right, any further questions?
One question. So basically what you're telling us is the investigation, the preliminary investigation could have been better.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. No further questions?
Any further questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse me, state.
He's excused, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone except for witnesses, except for attorneys for the state or the defense. And could you spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
McAllister, McAllister.
All right, thank you. And if you'll leave states exhibits 4 and 5 there with the court reporter. All right, state, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Danielle Abgar.
Does anyone need a break or no? Okay. All right, if you'll take a seat here, please. You raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. And if you'll state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Danielle Abgar, last name Apgar.
All right, state.
Thank you. Officer Abgar, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a detective for the Schertz Police Department,
And how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
7 years.
And have you been a detective for all of those 7 years?
No, sir.
How long have you been a detective for?
Almost 2 years.
And what were you prior to that?
I was a patrol officer.
And can you just explain just briefly the difference between a patrol officer and a detective?
So a patrol officer is the uniformed officer that makes the initial contact with somebody who needs something, a call for service. So in the case of like a criminal complaint, a patrol officer makes the initial report from what the victim or complainant is stating. A detective then follows up and takes that report from the patrol officer and continues the investigation.
And do you remember if you were working on or around February 12th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, were you a patrol officer?
Yes.
And did you get at any point during that time, did you end up getting in contact with Alexandra Reed?
Yes.
And where was this?
I was dispatched to the Schertz Police Department lobby to make contact with her.
And what were you dispatched for?
For a possible report of a sexually related offense.
And without telling me anything about the conversation or what was said, what was Miss Reed's demeanor?
She was fairly distraught.
And when you say distraught, can you elaborate?
While I was speaking with her, she would momentarily take breaks in between words to stop herself from crying.
And was there anyone else with her that day?
Yes,
Who?
I believe it was her husband.
Okay. And was there any child with her as well?
No,
And if there was a child there, would you talk to that child?
no.
And why is that?
Because the standard protocol when there is an offense against a child is that they are only interviewed by specialists with our Child Advocacy Center. It's a forensic interview.
So after speaking with, so you had a conversation with Miss Reed.
Yes,
And at that time, did you identify a complainant in this case?
yes, it would be her, Miss Reed.
Was it was she making a complaint about her specifically?
She was making a complaint on behalf of her daughter.
And do you remember what her daughter's name?
I believe it's Arabella.
And at that time, did you identify any suspects in this?
Yes, it would be Arabella's biological father.
And did you go to Arabella's biological father's house to take a statement?
No,
Did you speak with the suspect?
no.
Who typically does speak with the suspect?
In a case like this, where it's not a fresh offense, that's typically handled by a detective on a follow-up.
And was there a detective assigned to this case?
Yes.
And who was the detective assigned to this case?
At the time, Detective Hillary Murphy.
And is Detective Hillary Murphy still employed with the Schertz Police Department?
No,
And do you remember the last time working with Detective Hillary Murphy?
the last time I believe I saw her at the department would be sometime in May
And May of,
this year.
and as a patrol officer, have you dealt with child victims of sexual assault?
Dealt with in the sense of come in contact with?
Yes.
Yes.
And just based on your training and experience, is it common for children to report this immediately?
No, not necessarily.
And based on your training and experience, is it common for children to gradually disclose the details of sexual abuse?
Yes.
And besides this, did you have any other role in this case?
No, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, it's Detective Abgar, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm John Floyd. I'm just gonna ask you a few questions. Can you tell us the date when you encountered the complaint's mom in this case? Let me back up, I'm sorry. Can you tell us what you've reviewed prior to testifying today to prepare to testify today?
Just my own report and a portion of my body camera.
Okay, so you've not seen any of the other offense reports?
No.
Um, can you direct us, can you tell us what day and time that you had a chance to meet with Ms. Reed?
I know it was February of 2022, I believe sometime around the 11th. I'm not sure the exact date. And it would have been during the day.
Okay. I'm just gonna hand you something. If you recognize this. So it's got over right now.
It's okay. Yes, sir. This would be my report.
Does that help you?
Yes, it was the 12th.
It was the 12th, and what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. 09:52 hours.
Okay. So this would have been February 12th, about what, 7:52 PM?
At 9:52.
Oh, I'm sorry. In the morning, correct?
Yes,
I'm sorry. And basically at that point, you received a report from Ms. Reed.
yes,
And did you understand that she had spoke to Officer McAllister before?
yes.
And was there an offense report to be found?
Not at that time.
Okay. And that was because one wasn't written up by Officer McAllister?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you know that there has been an offense report generated now regarding his interaction with Ms. Reed.
Yes,
And that was done after you interviewed Ms. Reed upon your request to enter that offense report.
I can't testify to what prompted him to write an offense report.
Did you talk to him about his interaction with Ms. Reed?
I did not.
Oh, okay, okay. But it's fair to say that he has written an offense report after you wrote yours.
Yes,
Okay. And you knew from your interactions with her that by the time she came to talk to you, she had already contacted a lawyer and had requested a restraining order.
I don't recall if she mentioned it while I was speaking to her, but I did not know any of that prior to speaking to her.
Okay. Let me just put it one more time.
That's
Sorry, it wraps over to the
Okay.
next page. And does that help you remember?
Yes, sir.
And you knew at that time that she had already contacted a lawyer and had obtained a restraining order.
Yes, sir. She did mention that when I interviewed her.
Okay. How long have you worked at the Sheriff's Police Department?
I've been a police officer for 7 years, but I've worked for the department for 9.
Okay. And what happened with this investigation next? Do you know who was assigned to the case to investigate?
The detective assigned was Detective Hillary Murphy.
Okay. And is she still with the Sheriff's Police Department?
No, sir.
Do you know why?
I do not.
You have no idea why she's not working there anymore?
No.
Okay. Do you know if it's because she resigned or if it was misconduct? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea.
Your Honor.
I pass away this year.
All right, any further questions?
None from the state judge.
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
From the defense, she's excused, Your Honor.
Excuse from the state as well.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state or the defense. All right, thank you. You may step down. All right, state, call your next witness.
The state calls Dr. Sarah Stafford, Judge, but let me just make sure that she's here.
All right, well, before you bring her in, does anybody need a short break? All right, so before you bring her in, all right, please remember my instructions. I'm going to say this so many times, you're going to start repeating it to yourself. You're not allowed to internally think about this case while you're not inside this courtroom. You're not allowed to begin deliberations with yourself or with anyone else. Everything that you need to know about this case is to come from inside this courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, so what I'll do is I'll have us back at 4 o'clock. That'll give everybody a little bit more than 15 minutes. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Hey, can we have Dr. Stafford take this in? Okay, so. Oh, she's in the living room. Okay, sounds good. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, thank you.
The same, all the depression and stuff came after.
Yeah.
That I will.
Why haven't tried it since after lunch?
Judge, can we put the Zoom on to see, or the YouTube stuff and see if the transition works? Cause,
Sure, it's already for you.
no, I mean like, when I don't use it, aren't you gonna display like the YouTube stuff?
It's already displayed.
Oh, okay, cause it's not displaying on our end.
Right up there, so go right around.
Just wanna make sure that it's working. Okay.
Yes, it is.
These back here for you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
All right, bye-bye. And defense, you've had a chance to review the documents that they're going to be seeking to display?
We have.
Okay.
For this witness at least, right?
Yeah, there was some confusion about the documents because the ones that we initially had. This is a different set, but I think that we pretty confident there. There's, yeah.
Okay.
Now, technically, I mean, she is an expert in her field. I know we have that motion in limine, so are you gonna wanna have a hearing right now, or are you okay with just?
Well, in what capacity are you having to testify as an expert?
Well, she's gonna testify. So she is the doctor for Arabella, so
Mhm.
she's definitely gonna testify to what she's observed and any diagnosis that she's made with her, which is technically an expert. And also the, what's on the medical records, but I'm not really gonna give her,
And she's not going to anything outside of her being a pediatrician.
I mean, I'm gonna talk about anything that she observes, like
Just
any
one second.
ADHD symptoms, any anxiety symptoms, because they're all consistent with her practice. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean. Boston just testifying about what she does as a pediatrician.
As a pediatrician, yeah.
All
And
right.
then, of course, just objective if I go on about it.
Yes.
All right, for the jury?
Everyone, please be seated.
Exhibit are we on? Which next one? Four.
State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Stafford to the stand.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Sarah Alice Stafford, Stafford.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Miss Dr. Stafford, how are you employed?
I am a pediatrician with Northeast Pediatric Associates in San Antonio.
Okay, and how long have you been a pediatrician?
I finished my residency in 2013.
Okay, just a little bit of your background. Where did you go to medical school?
I went to medical school at the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston.
Okay, and what year did you graduate from med school?
2010.
2010. Did you go into a residency?
I did here in San Antonio at the University of Texas Health Science Center.
And just so the jury is familiar, I'm not sure if everybody is familiar with the process of becoming a medical doctor, but med school, in order to become a doctor, you go to undergrad
Mhm.
to get your undergraduate degree, and that's 4 years.
Yes.
And then after that, then you go where?
So it's 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, and then depending on what you specialize in, there's a residency program.
Okay, and the residency program that you specialized in would be pediatrics?
Yes.
And how long is that residency program?
3 years for it to be a general pediatrician, which is what I do.
Got it. Did you continue any subspecialties?
No, I'm just a general pediatrician.
So that means that 2013 you finished and became a,
A general outpatient pediatrician.
got it. And how long have you been working for the pediatrics practice that you're currently working at?
It's been my one and only job.
Remind me again of the name, Northwest?
Northeast
North-
Pediatric Associates.
Okay. So you've been practicing for about 10 years,
11.
11 years. Okay. So as a general pediatrician, what sort of patients do you see?
We start with newborns and we see them through high school graduation for both wellness and sick visits.
Wellness and sick visits. Sick visits, what kind of sick visits do you normally see?
From cough, colds, broken bones, depression, anxiety. any
Okay.
sort of any type of illness.
Do you have a patient under the name of Arabella Robbins?
I do.
Okay, and how long have you been her pediatrician?
I met her the day she was born.
Okay, and do you remember Arabella? How long have you been practicing when she was first born?
Not very long.
So she was one of your first
It was
patients.
one of my first family.
So you would say she's very memorable one.
Yes.
Okay.
I was just starting out, so they were one of the first families that I bought.
Oh, okay. I want to talk about 2020. There was some, or actually before I do that, Your Honor, at this time, pending defense objections, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 6. There are medical records with a business record affidavit that has been filed pre-trial. And there are also medical records for patient Arabella Robbins.
We have no objections, Your Honor, as long as, I guess when they are tenured, there's a way of making sure that these all stay together. I think we just kind of opened this up a few minutes ago, so as long as we can keep them together and ordered, because otherwise it's a mess. But yeah, we have no objections to the medical records in general.
All right, then State's Exhibit number 6 is admitted without objection. Counsel, do you all need another rubber band?
Well, I'm gonna be displaying them, Judge, so maybe after defense is finished. So just well, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and show them to you, just so you can be familiarized with them. I'm showing you this Northwest Exhibit 6, which has been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize these
Yeah.
documents?
That's what our medical records look like when you print them out.
Okay, now, of course, we're not gonna go through every page, but I think it's pretty much safe to say that it's the medical records from your practice, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so these records I see are going to be from the moment that she was born, correct? You wanna do?
Looks like it.
So I'm gonna point out particular visits. We're not gonna go through all of them, but of course, the jury could, if we wish to. So I want to direct your attention to the year of 2020. By any chance, do you know how many visits Arabella had that year with you?
I don't recall.
Would it be more than one, or was it several?
Well, most children have at least one. They have their wellness visit. So if she got sick at all that year, then it would probably be more than that. I do believe that was the year they came in with a couple of concerns, so.
Okay, I want to direct your attention to September 15th of 2020. And I'm gonna show that in public, you all have permission to publish?
Granted.
Okay. There was some testimony elicited earlier in this trial regarding a modification that was done in 2020 on custody. Are you aware of, so do you know who the mom of Arabella Robbins is?
Yes, Miss Reed,
Miss Reed? Do you know her first name?
called the parents by their last names.
Okay, do you know if she is currently, if she's married with Arabella's biological father?
No,
Okay. Have you dealt with Arabella's biological father in the past?
I met him the day she was born and the
Okay.
first few years of her life.
Perfect. Do you see him in this courtroom today?
I believe so. It's been years.
Okay. So this is a record from the stack that I have here, and it's dated September 15th of 2020. I just want you to kind of take us through it a little bit. What does MPA sick mean?
So NPA is our practice initials, and sick is the differentiation between a sick visit or wellness visit. It's just how we know to look through our chart system. So it would say NPA well if it was a regular wellness visit, and NPA sick for a sick visit. It's a difference in how we bill.
Okay. At the very top, we see signed by Sarah Stafford. Does this mean that you were the one that approved these notes?
Yeah, it means it's finished.
Got it.
It's not signed, it's not finished.
Okay. And at this point, we have the patient's age, right, which is 6 years old
Yeah.
and 2 months. Okay. And then we have an app note. What does an app note
So the
say?
person who scheduled that visit, that's them telling me why they scheduled it.
Got it.
So that had, the person who answered the phone wrote that.
Okay. And then we have a chief complaint, and then we have parental concerns.
That's written by my nurse, and parental concerns means they probably didn't want to talk about it with anyone but me.
Got it. And these are the vitals, correct? Okay. And then at the very bottom of the page, we have the time that the patient walked into the practice, and then the history of the illness.
That time that I walked in to that room, not
Oh,
the time they walked in the practice, sometimes there's a bit of a difference there.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying. Yes. So can you read this?
6-year-old female presenting for episodes of abdominal pain. She came home from FOC is a initial for father child, just for time's sake. She came home from father child house with a happy meal. She sat and ate the whole thing, but continued to complain of hunger. She said she felt she was not hydrated. She ate a large snack and a full adult dinner. She was complaining of a little pain in her abdomen the whole time. That night she woke up and father child found her in the pantry all through the next day. She was holding her abdomen when eating and complaining of abdominal pain. She has had a normal appetite since with no more complaints of pain. She states that she does not eat lunch at father child's house. She eats breakfast and dinner, sometimes a snack. They make food.
Excuse me, if you could slow down because the court reporter has to take down everything.
Sorry.
No problem.
She eats breakfast and dinner sometimes.
Sorry, I'm just trying to fix this.
Sometimes a snack. They make food that she likes. She says she does not refuse food. This last visit was at the lake. She went swimming. She does not want to discuss what happened when she was away for the weekend. Her energy level has been good. She was much more moody and irritable when she returned to mother child than normal. She was very anxious about safety. At that point, she confessed to mother child and stepdad that she felt like she was alone for the 4 days that she spent with her father. She told them the father child was not ready to be a dad and have children. She also told mother child that she was protecting and monitoring another child down on the dock of a lake house. Since that trip, she's also been very clingy to her stepfather. She needs to He needs to tuck her in every night with multiple hugs. She rode her scooter and fell off without her helmet. She scraped her hip. She told mother and child that she has not showered or brushed her teeth. She was very dirty and had some skin irritation that resolved. She told mother and child in spring that she rode in a car with no car seat, no shoes, no socks, and walked into a gas station. Arabella drew some pictures of her time at the lake. She drew a picture of adults drinking beer on a dock with 5 children in the water. She drew father and child up at the house. She also drew a picture of her off by herself. When asked about it being alone, she drew a few more people. When asked if she feels safe at home and at school, she says yes. When asked if she feels safe at the lake house, she says no. She says she's worried she is going to die from corona or from no one watching her. No constitutions.
Okay, so this history, how do you get this information from?
Can you go back to the first page?
Absolutely.
Well, it looks like the person who brought her in was her mother, so it looks like the beginning was probably mostly from mom. And then the end, if I wrote that Arabella said it, at the bottom was from her.
Okay, and then she said she drew some pictures for you. Is that common for her to do?
So sometimes when kids don't want to talk about things, a good way to start a conversation, we'll ask them to draw pictures instead, and then you ask them to tell you what the pictures they're drawing are about, and then it's a good conversation starter. They're afraid to discuss something or embarrassed to discuss something, they'll sort of start by having them draw pictures. And that was actually the first time that I personally had used that tool. I'd seen a child abuse pediatrician use it in the past when I was a resident. And so she just said she didn't want to talk about it. I thought it was something that she was going to be embarrassed about or something like that, but.
So was the first time then that she drew a picture for you?
She sometimes draws happy pictures, but that's the first time I've used it as like a diagnostic tool.
Got it. So on the next, at the very bottom, I think we see the diagnosis, right? These concerns that are being brought about her health, and her, I guess, supervision, they're being brought by mom?
Yes,
Okay,
she's the one who brought her in to visit, and that's when she was saying that she was skipping meals and things like that.
okay. And then you wrote inappropriate diet and eating habits.
Like the meal skipping.
Okay. And then what does this mean?
At risk for depressed mood, and she was sort of talking about how she was feeling unsafe, she was feeling like she was going to die. Those felt like she was at risk for being someone who's with a depressed mood. And so not that she was depressed, but that I was concerned that she might be depressed.
Okay. I think you send a referral here to
Play therapy,
play therapy. And this is,
the Health and Human Services online, as I made a CPS report.
okay. And I just want to make sure that I get this correctly. Did you file the CPS report based on what mom was telling you or based on what?
Arabella told.
Okay, and so I also see that you wrote child at risk of neglect.
So the conversation we had about her being at a dock and not having adults there and monitoring other children in the water, was kind of an unusual conversation. She'd never mentioned anything like that before, and talking about how all the adults were drinking was a little out of my depth. Neglect is kind of a gray area sometimes. So I actually phoned the director of the Center for Miracles here in San Antonio. He's retired now. His name is Dr. James Lucifer, but now retired. And I ran the case by him based on her descriptions and what she discussed with me. And he said that it was.
No, I'm sorry, it's hearsay.
Sustained.
Yes, Ms. Stafford, please keep your testimony to only what you know and not what other people told you.
Okay.
So
well,
you
I
learned?
I made a report based on recommendations that I got from a specialist.
Got it. This is the vaccine. I think was she due for vaccines? Oh, I think you discussed also, right?
Oh, she got a flu shot.
Oh, that's what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. I see. And then is that the drawing that she shared with you?
Yes,
So do you remember? Did she tell you what this was?
yes.
Or did you interpret?
She described it to me.
Okay. So are these different? Is this all one page or is it several pages scanned together, mixed together?
I honestly don't remember, but I believe it was all on one page.
Okay,
That was the back.
that was the back of the page. And is this the lake house that she was describing?
Yes, and then I believe the wooden slats are the dock.
These?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she tell you where she was on the photo, on the drawing?
It's been a few years, so I don't remember exactly which person she was. I just know that half of those people are the kids and that half of those people are the grown-ups. And that they were split apart.
Okay,
I believe that, well, the house is up there, so those must be the grown-ups and then those must be the kids.
oh, this is the house.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything in particular that you found significant about that visit?
Before that, she'd never been hesitant to talk about anything.
Yeah.
Just kind of a little chatterbox. So that was the first time that I'd ever seen that side of her. We had a really easygoing relationship, so that's why I'd been concerned. That's why I even used that drawing technique that I hadn't used previously. Just because that was unusual for her. I knew her really well, so that was odd. She's always been precocious, so really, really smart. And that was odd. So that visit I remember vividly, even though it was years ago, because it was odd that she said she didn't want to talk about something. So yeah, that was weird.
How would you, I don't know if you may have already answered this, but I just want to go back really quickly and highlight how was her demeanor when you were talking to Arabella, if you remember?
She was sad.
She was sad.
Yeah.
And that played an important role as to why you preferred her to therapy.
Yes.
Okay. So that was for that visit, which was on September the 15th of 2020. I now want to talk about the visit from February the 7th of 2022. Well, it may not even be a visit, but I want to show you.
There's no threat.
Yes, I want to show you the documents and you let us know what this means.
Okay.
Can
So
you?
these encounters are called phone notes. So whenever a parent calls our office, everything is documented. So this is a note. This was taken by my nurse, Crystal, who's been with me the same amount of time that I've been working there. And this is from Arabella's mother to the office.
Okay, so could you read the first paragraph?
Sure. Mom called, concerned, child coming back from dad's home sick again. Also stated some concerns with how Arabella was being treated at her dad's. She stated they were at a hotel and her and a 12-year-old boy, dad's girlfriend's son, were sleeping in the same bed. For Arabella, they had been alone before. Mom did ask if anything appropriate happened. Arabella stated no. Arabella also told mom that her dad drinks a lot and will drive. Mom states that Arabella is fearful of her dad and has mentioned several times she does not want to go back with him. Mom stated on several occasions that she'll come home tired and dehydrated. School nurse documented event. Mom thinks that he may be doing illegal drugs as well, but no.
Excuse me, slow down.
Sorry. Mom thinks that he may be doing illegal drugs as well, but no proof. Arabella had asked mom what drugs were. Mom wants your recommendations. Can they do a telemedicine, which is like a phone visit? Or do you prefer they come in person?
So this is the note then that is written down by your LVN, right? Your nurse? Okay. And then we have a CPS report that was made. Who made that report? Do you know?
I That one was made by my nurse, Crystal,
Okay,
and then she documented that mom made one as well.
okay. And then 2 days later, we have a new note. What does that say?
Called mom to check on child and family, and she stated that Arabella has been fearful that her dad will go and take her away. She stated several times that she does not want to go back to his house. Mom stated that Arabella told stepdad Jason that he would do bunnies during the day too, where he will signal her to come over and make her sit on his lap and rub up and down. She stated that they are both quiet during this time, and then he will make her go and watch her iPad, and he will go on his laptop. Mom stated a police report was made, CPS report, and incident was report to the school. A restraining order was also made. I emailed counselor list, encourage her to call some tomorrow and get her in ASAP.
And this is also a new note from your nurse?
Yes, she just marked the date.
Okay. And then on the 10th of February of 2022, we have a new note. And also another call from mom. What does that say?
Mom called to inform us of something else. Arabella reported last night during bath time. Arabella stated she did not feel comfortable being in the bath. Mom asked why. She stated daddy hurt her. Arabella stated her dad rubbed her vagina rough while cleaning her, and she did not like that. Arabella also stated that when he did funnies, it was as long as a Bluey episode. Mom was with lawyer today and still waiting to hear back from CPS. Has not been to school this week.
And then on the 11th, there's also a new update. Can you read that too?
Mom reported child was told her yesterday that she was being touched in the shower. Child described incident to mom, and mom stated she knew exactly what she was talking about. Report was described as vaginal manipulation without penetration. I reported new incident to CPS with case number 759-63898. Spoke with Tatiana, ID 5006. Dad to get served today with papers at 12 noon. Restraining order was signed by judge and was taken to the school.
Okay, so these notes are for those days. They're phone notes. I think the next page, I think, is blank. There's something up there to note. What does that mean?
Said that we had scheduled a visit in person, but I think we canceled that because everything else was happening at home.
Got it. And then we have an appointment, I guess, that was canceled.
Yes,
Okay,
canceled by practice. We canceled it. They didn't cancel.
and we have, what does this mean?
That was canceled by her.
Okay. And then we have another call. This is from February the 14th, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and this is also your nurse that is documenting this, or it's actually
The different nurse.
Yvonne Gonzalez, okay? And we have a subject being parental concern. Can you read the paragraph?
Mom called wanting to update on Arabella's case. She said that last night Arabella was telling her that she feels her dad is going to kill her because she told her of the things that had happened. Mom feels Arabella is fearing for her life. They have an appointment this afternoon at 3:30 with CPS and mom's attorney to hear Arabella's side of things. Arabella also has an appointment this Wednesday with a counselor. Mom also wanted to let us know she went to Shert's PD Saturday and updated them on the situation, and they said they will work with CPS to file criminal charges against Dad.
And then it says discussed with,
That's me. I called mom.
oh, you called her.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I spoke with mom about her appointment. We'll discuss that she does not feel safe with father. Child has fears last night, thinking father was coming to kill her. Appointment with counselor in 2 days. Discussed what PTSD and continue to monitor for need to see psychiatrist. So that basically means I explained to her what PTSD was, what the signs to look out for.
All right, excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
So the court reporter, yes, she can take that all down, but
I
it's
apologize.
being made
When I get
difficult.
nervous, I talk fast.
All right.
Habit.
All right, state.
so at the very bottom, we have a task. I think these are just internal tasks within the practice, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then we have another call. Also parental concern on 2/17. What does this say?
Mom called to update us on forensic interview they had yesterday. New information was reported to them. Arabella stated Dad would do the funnies more than once and would get her wet and he would get wet. They are setting up a forensic exam and STD testing next. Had a great counseling session yesterday as well. Arabella felt safe and really opened up to her counselor. She will see her again tomorrow. Dad did hire a lawyer as well. Mom also stated that she remembers Jason, stepdad, telling Mom that he noticed some vaginal discharge on Arabella's underwear. Cannot recall if it was white, clear, or yellow. May have been clear, but unsure. Did let her know that some vaginal discharge can be normal at her age and you would get concerned if it's persistent, foul, or painful.
So at this point, it's pretty clear to conclude that mom tends to report a lot of information about her daughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that, to your knowledge, is that common with throughout her life, throughout Arabella's life?
Sorry, I don't understand
So-
the question.
Yeah, so mom, does she have a tendency throughout the entire life of Arabella of reporting to your office, to your practice, of any update regarding her health?
No, I think this was probably a more of an unusual situation, but we did ask her to keep us updated.
Oh, I see.
And then whenever there's any legal documents, we need to be kept updated about who can ask for like records and things like that. But well, now that I think about it, I guess she does call a lot. Yeah, she kind of does call a lot. Yeah,
So she,
she's probably, no, she's one of our more frequent callers, now that I think about it. We talk a lot.
and has that been all the time or just around this time?
Well, I mean, it definitely, this was definitely more frequent than we'd ever spoken to her ever before. These were definitely more extenuating circumstances, but, yeah, no, I mean, this was, we'd never spoken once every day for a week. But
And as the doctor, attending doctor for Arabella, I think you mentioned earlier that you asked her then to keep updating you of what's
Yes.
going on.
we
Okay.
definitely, we wanted to stay abreast of everything that was going on. Like I said, I gave her precautions for things to look out for, psychiatric wise and things like that, if we needed to escalate her care at all.
And I think at this point in the next note, which is dated February 24th, we start seeing some effects on Arabella, at least that you are being briefed on, right?
Yeah.
What does this say?
Mom called to let us know that Arabella had an anxiety attack. It was triggered because it was picture day and she wanted braids. Her mom, Dad preferred her hair down. Last picture day, Dad made her do a retake. Her mom, she had stomach pains, racing heart, and fast breathing, recommending letting counselor know and can work on breathing relaxation techniques.
Okay. Whenever your nurse practitioner adds these notes, does she consult with you as to what is the proper recommendation or proposal?
You mean specific for this patient or in general?
Well, both.
It depends. My nurse has a lot of leeway. We worked together for 11 years, so a lot of times she knows like what my recommendations would be, so she doesn't always. When it's stuff that's kind of bigger, like a new onset of a psychiatric concerns or things like that, she normally pulls me aside and, hey, someone was calling about this, what do you think about it? And then she'll write her recommendations, but it kind of depends on the situation.
I see. The next day, if we have another call, and this is on March the 14th, according to the note, we also have the subject being parental concern. So what does mom say?
Mom called concerned with child touching herself and rubbing her private on couches and pillows. Mom feels she addressed this when she was younger. For Arabella, Dad started touching her when she was 4 years old. She does this at school as well, but in private for Arabella. Mom has talked to her about it, and Arabella stated that she does it when she feels uncomfortable to make herself feel good. Wants to know if this is normal and see if you have any suggestions. We'll address it with counselor today at 4:30. Thanks. And then You can tell at the bottom that this is one of the notes that she actually tasked it to me to deal with, because she put a task on the bottom, and then I called her back. And my note was self-touching is a normal behavior of childhood, should be no punishments, but she should be encouraged to restrict the behavior to home in her bedroom. We can look for alternative coping strategies with her house.
I see. I think this is regarding an inhaler, right?
Medication request, no.
Got it. This is dated March 29th of 2022. We have a service dog as the subject. What's going on here?
Mom called to let us know child is having a hard time with panic attacks and nightmares. Recommended possibly seeing psych once insurance hits and requested updated orders for restraining orders since last one on file was expired.
And this is regarding the legal updates, right? Which you stated that you need to be updated as to what's going on because there was things that were going on the legal side, right?
Right.
Okay. So at this point, we have another call from mom. Also dated, or actually this is dated March 31st, parental concern. What do we see here?
Mom called stating that Arabella has been hurting herself. Mom found some marks on her arm, and when she asked her about them, Arabella stated that she had bitten herself. Mom remembers Arabella had spanked herself a while back after doing something she was not supposed to be doing. When Mom asked her why she was doing that to herself, Arabella stated she wishes she would have told them what was going on sooner. Mom feels that punishing.
All right, everyone, we're gonna take 5 minutes. Remember my previous instructions.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone. Please be seated. I know, you're doing great.
Not for you, like.
I didn't-
All right, thank you. All right.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, it's still your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Dr. Stafford, I believe you were, let's start at the second line where it says mom.
Mom remembers Arabella had saved herself a while back after doing something she was not supposed to be doing. When Mom asked her why she was doing that to herself, Arabella stated that she wished she would have told them what was going on sooner. Mom feels that she was punishing herself. Also, she is getting panic attacks at school. Mom stated Arabella feels her dad is going to get her from school and take her to his house and do worse bad things. Mom did notify counselor last night about self-harm. Mom wants to get your thoughts as well. And then that was Crystal. And my note says, I think it is time to bring her into the office to get a few more details, continue with counseling, but depending on her responses in office, she might need more.
So I think it's safe to say that you're requesting a in-person visit then with, because of course you're getting this information from mom,
Is that-
right? Okay, so then that takes us to the next visit, and I think this visit is in person, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is dated April the 6th of 2022. It does say a sick visit, and I think the chief complaint here is parental concerns. I'm gonna scroll down to the bottom of the page, and can we read on the history of present illness?
7-year-old female presenting for concerns for self-harm. She admits to biting her arm while doing her homework. She says she wanted to punish herself for not out crying sooner to mother-child. Mother-child noticed bruising, but she did not break her skin. She also punished herself by spanking her bottom before she spoke out about abuse to mother-child. She has been seeing a counselor. They discussed the self-harm. She has not been sleeping well. She's been having nightmares. She is also complaining of bad thoughts in the daytime. She describes being worried that father-child would sneak into the house. She had thoughts that he would kill mother-child's stepfather and didn't do bad things to her. She had thoughts that father-child would steal her and take her to his house and do bad things. She had 2 episodes when the bad thoughts made her have trouble breathing. Episodes appeared to mother-child as a panic attack. She has had some pain in her circle, her vaginal area. Mother-child noted some discharge in her underwear. No foul odor. She says she hurts down there sometimes. She wears pants daily. She will take some bubble baths. She wears spandex underwear. Arabella expresses concerns that father or child would hear her talking about these things. After discussing that the office was a safe place to talk about anything she wants to talk about, Arabella asked if she could share something else. She states that when father or child wanted to relax, he would do this. Mind putting a free hand on mother-child's genital area. She states that he would do this multiple times per day when with father or child. When asked how this made her feel, she said it would make her circle hurt.
This is the continuation of the visit, right? And I think we have the birth history, medical history, we have the physical exam. And I think you note that she was tearful at times. Was her demeanor, was she emotional when she was telling you this?
I wrote that she was tearful, but that her mood seemed appropriate. She appeared to have good insight in what she was talking about, but that she was crying.
Okay, and of course, your diagnosis here talks about nightmares and insomnia due to anxiety and fear. And then I think the plan here was to refer for psychiatric concerns and adjustments, PTSD. Is there anything else that was referred here?
No, just to refer to the psychiatrist for a more clear-cut diagnosis.
Okay. And right around this time, I think you also had referred her over to counseling, right, with Bernstein?
She'd already been seeing a counselor. I don't know which one.
Okay.
But she'd already been seeing a counselor.
Okay. And I think this is
That's the
um
referral.
the referrals. I think this is the next note. I think it's April the 7th of 2022. This is a task, a phone. Oh, this is regarding the investigation, I think, right?
Sorry. It's a phone note from my nurse that looks like we got an email. Yeah, she got an email from Arabella's mother,
Okay,
and she looks like she just copied and pasted the email.
got it. I think,
It was a photo that Arabella drew in a journal.
okay. Is this the first time you learned about Arabella having a journal?
No, it's a common technique for counselors to use.
Now, we're
Psychiatrists.
regarding the counselor, so part of your recommendations then was, of course, to see a counselor based on what she's going through.
Yeah.
Okay,
That was, I think, the first recommendation we made in
the
February.
first recommendation in February of 2022. Okay. And This is well, I don't think this is related, right? This is something pubic hair, but it's not related to the incident, right? Okay. And I think this is the last one regarding this. This is for April 27th of 2022. You were the one that called, or was it? Oh, it was your nurse, right?
Yes, my nurse called her, it looks like,
Okay.
it's called closing the loop. Once we make a referral, we want to make sure they actually went to go and see the specialist. And with psych referrals, it's difficult because we don't get notes back because privacy is even more important with psychiatric referrals. So we just call and make sure they got seen.
I see. And you were informed here that she was diagnosed with
PTSD,
PTSD and what else?
panic disorder.
Okay. Every time that you met with Arabella, has it always been with mom?
I believe that her stepfather, well, I mean, before everything, it sometimes was with her biological father. And then since the incident, I believe her stepfather has brought her in as well.
So whenever Mr. Robbins, her biological father, would take her to the doctor,
I'm not sure that he ever came in by himself. Sometimes it was the two of them.
the two of who?
Like, I don't know if Mr. Robbins ever came in by himself. I'd have to check.
Oh, I mean like with Arabella. Did he ever go with Arabella?
It's the two of them?
Yes.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
I'd have to check. It's always on the top of the notes.
Yeah. Wow, the February one. So you had an opportunity, of course, to see Arabella as her pediatrician. Did you notice a decline in her health right around this time?
Yeah.
What kind of signs did you observe that you think were significant?
It's primarily in her mental health. She had started to have some difficulty in school, socializing. She had a lot of difficulty with sleep.
Do you still see Arabella as your patient?
Yeah.
Okay. At this time, we pass the witness, Judge. Want to show you that?
Weaseling. Good evening, Dr. Stafford, I should say. Yeah, Your Honor, you mind if I bring Jordan
No,
over here? Mr. Robbins.
everyone feel free to move about the courtroom.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, there's only one, I think it's called an Elmo in the courtroom, so that the defense is able to use it. They're just switching tables.
Okay, Dr. Stafford, sorry. My name's John Floyd. I'm gonna ask you some questions, okay? To begin with, I noticed that you got a little emotional when we took a break. I'm sure you care about your patients, right? And even, you know, just hearing the possibility of these allegations is disturbing to you. Especially having been treating this particular patient for, well, since birth, you know, it's one of your first. You are a treating physician, a pediatrician, right? You're not a law enforcement investigator.
No.
Right? And in fact, it looks like a majority of the information that you received throughout this process did come from mom, from Alexandra, correct?
From either Mrs. Reed or from Arabella.
And to be fair, it looks like throughout your notes, there's a couple of entries from Arabella, but most of it, the daily kind of updates and all that, that's all coming from mom.
All the phone notes were from the mother.
All the phone notes, all the emails, those are all coming from mom, right? And it's not your job to investigate that, right?
Yep.
You make your notes and then you make proper referrals out, right? Including there was, your office called CPS on 2 occasions.
I would have to look.
Okay. So let's start back with everything. I'm gonna back up just a little bit. I think we started with the 8th. Let's see. Guess while I get, yes, yeah. Okay. So this is 9/8/2020. Yeah, this is a week prior to, I guess where we started with the district attorney's office. Does that make sense to you?
Okay.
Okay. What's going on here? I'll move it up.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, and so this, first of all, let's just start off. Where's this coming from?
Mrs. Reed.
Okay, from mom. And again, this subject is parental concern. And can you read these notes for us?
Mom called concerned with child coming back from dad's house from a long weekend.
Excuse me, slow
Sorry.
down.
Complaining of stomach pains and not eating well while there. Her mom and child stated dad only feed her 1 meal each day and small snacks throughout the day. Can tell child did not brush her teeth all weekend and there was no bath done. Child told mom that she was watching another child out by the deck. While at the cabin this weekend, a lot of people were there that she did and did not know dad was drinking. Child had a rash under her chin and on an elbow. She has sensitive skin. Child also reported dad taking her to the corner store with no shows, I don't know what that means, and no car seat or seatbelt. Oh, it was probably shoes.
Mhm.
Weekend before this, child came back with any bites. Her mom, she is concerned with child safety and well-being when at dad's house, wants to know what she should do. Mom also concerned with strong body odor, used adult love deodorant on her, wants to know if it's normal or okay to use at her age.
Okay, so, and this call, who did it come into? Can you tell?
My nurse, Crystal, it's got her name.
And so the note here, is that from you or from Crystal?
My response is in the task.
Okay, and can you read the task to us?
I was talking more about the body odor, but it's not normal at that age, and we should address it at an office visit. Concerns with Arabella safety should be addressed as soon as possible through legal channels, CPS for concerns of neglect and endangerment. Custody lawyer for emotional concerns. If there's concerns for any current physical, emotional harm, should be brought to the office to discuss treatment.
Okay, so this was your initial advice to her when she came to you with the concerns we just went over above,
Yeah.
right? Is it, I guess, your typical advice, and I know you're a mandatory reporter, correct? And you can tell the jury what that means?
That means if there's any concerns for neglect or abuse, I am legally required to report them.
Okay. And you would do that in any case where it's even brought up, right? If it's reported to you, you'd make a referral to
Yes,
CPS.
that's why I told her that she could come in and we could talk about it if she wanted to.
Okay. Is it also typical for you to, were you advising her to see a custody lawyer?
Well, I knew that they were going through one already or had just gone through one.
Okay. So you knew that they were in litigation about the child. And was that a concern for you?
Well, I mean, if she was concerned about her safety.
And what about the fact that the child was involved in custody litigation? Would that be a concern for you as well?
I mean, if they were concerned about her safety.
What I'm asking you,
I'm
is,
sorry,
do you ever see children who are going through stressful situations when the parents are going through a divorce?
I mean, divorce can be stressful.
Right. And if they're fighting over custody, that could cause stress to the child as well.
Sure.
So there's a callback needed. And can you explain what that means, the two?
Yeah, so I can't tell, but I don't know if I had that conversation with mom or if Crystal, if I just wrote that note to Crystal, but I think Crystal called mom back with that information. And then she said that she just thought that the body odor might have just been stress, and so she didn't wanna come in right away. She decided to schedule a visit for the next week.
Okay, and so I'm clear. Is that note, does that mean to you that the mother feels that this may be related to stress?
The body odor, I think she thought the body odor might be related to stress. That's how I took it.
Okay. And it's not smelled the odor since they have been back. And so then you schedule for a follow-up, and that gets us into the, I guess, the next visit that we talked about earlier.
Mhm.
So I get this straight. Yes. So there was on 9/15, you testified earlier. I guess that you got another call from mom. And mom was saying that the child was hungry, had eaten a Happy Meal, was not hydrated, there's pain in the abdomen. You didn't verify that with the child, right? That was just something that came in from mom.
If it was just on a phone note, then I didn't verify with the child.
And in fact, back in September of 2020, where's the referral to that? September 15th, 2020, you testified previously that you referred the child out for therapy. What was your reason to refer her out for therapy at that time?
I think that, can you scroll up to the, no, I'm sorry, where the meat of the note is?
Oh, this one?
On the same page, I guess.
Oh, let me get to the previous page if that helps.
She was talking about how she thought she was gonna die. So I referred her to therapy because it's really not normal for a child that age to think she's gonna die.
Right, right. Yes.
That's when we were concerned she was starting to get depressed.
She was starting to get depressed. And again, at that time, it's your understanding from mom, kind of mom's side of the story. You're not talking to dad during this time, right?
He was not there for that visit.
Yeah.
No, but that Arabella was the one who told me she thought she was gonna die.
Right. And on these visits, it looked like to me that in all these visits, mom would have been in the room with Arabella, correct?
I cannot recall for sure. Sometimes when we have these conversations, we do ask parents to leave, but I don't remember if I did or not.
Okay. So in this case, you don't remember any visits with Arabella alone?
I don't think so.
So I need to just back up just a little bit because there was a discussion. What do you got? I just, yeah. So I'm going to back up to this date. This is July 2nd, 2020. So this is prior to your referral out by 2 months. Okay. I believe. Oh, you referred her out on this day. Is that correct? Let me see.
That's her wellness visit.
So I want to ask you about her, I guess, her vitals here. Can you see those?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you tell us what they mean? Obviously, the weight, the height, the BMI.
Sure. She's tall. She's healthy.
And the percentiles, what are those mean?
Well, so the weight's in the 86th percentile, but because her height's in the 94th percentile, it means her body mass index is perfect.
Right.
And her blood pressure is excellent.
Okay. So nothing that would have indicated to you at this time that she was being malnourished,
No,
that she was being neglected based on these vitals?
no, she's not malnourished.
Okay.
But I mean, really, if you're looking for that, you look more at the growth curve than the just standard numbers.
And that's in the medical records as well, right? There's a
I
growth.
don't, they print out for you guys, but there is a growth curve, and I don't remember ever seeing it look bad.
So she always, throughout her treatment with you, she seemed to stay in the normal range.
I'd have to go back and check the actual growth chart.
Nothing that ever throughout your treatment where you thought that she was,
I didn't think she was being malnourished.
okay. Okay, this is that same day, just kind of the back of the record. Review of systems. What's going on during that part? Are you talking to Arabella during that time?
At her age, she was 6, is that right, at this visit? It'll say at the top.
Yeah, yeah. She was actually 8 years and oh, no, she's 8 years when these are printed out. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
if you scroll to
So,
the
yeah.
top of the note, it'll say.
Excuse me. So, guys, you have to stop talking over each other. Court reporter can only take down one person at a time.
Let me just back up here. This will be easier. So yeah, she was 6 years old at the time,
I would have talked to both of them.
both mom and Arabella. And so what do we hear? School, she's struggling with reading.
Yes,
Okay. Elimination, that would just mean she's going to the bathroom normally.
yes,
Sleep, she's struggling with falling asleep.
yes.
And can you read what's the behavior issue here?
Not, stop repeating herself after getting in trouble with her dad.
Okay. You don't know what kind of trouble that was.
It doesn't say.
I wanted to just point out this note here. Now, how do you assemble these notes? Do you have a software that goes through options that you can tick, or are you writing these in by hand and they're being transcribed?
No, that's an ICD-10 code, so it's actually a diagnostic code that is like a click button.
Okay, and so again, we see that her body mass is normal, right? And what does this mean?
That, I thought that maybe some of the crying spells might be related to the actual divorce, and that's, I think, when I sent her to play therapy for the first time.
Okay. And do you remember who you sent her to?
When it's a play therapy referral, it's not through our office, we give parents a list and they can pick off of them. You don't actually need a physical through your insurance referral.
Did you ever get any feedback from the play therapist?
They don't send feedback, it's private, it's,
Okay. So you're not able to follow up with what happens there.
no, they only contact us if there's a concern to need to escalate care.
Okay. And you never received any kind of contact regarding escalating care.
Not that I recall.
Quickly. So I'm going to try to show you, would this be, that's the weight chart. There you go. So this would have been all the Does this follow her from birth?
No, this
Oh, I'm
starts
sorry.
at 2.
Yeah, 2. And it would have gone all the way through until, it looks like,
Whenever your records stop, which doesn't look like it's current. It's actually easier to look at the numbers.
Hmm.
You look at the percentiles.
I'm looking at when the records were printed.
They printed in 22. It's the last date.
Yeah, it looks like that. But anyways, this does indicate that she appeared to be staying within the normal range for all of her, for her weight and,
Looks like there was a little bit of a dip somewhere around 6.
okay.
But.
But that's not unusual for a child her age.
It depends. It's considered a failure to thrive if they drop 2 lines, and she never dropped 2 lines.
Okay. And you've seen that before with other children. It's not anything that would alarm you.
No, not unless it was corroborated by something else that was happening.
Okay. There was also mentioned, Doctor, about a referral out to did you refer her to a psychiatric for the diagnosis of the PTSD?
Yes, after the visit, I recall in April, we sent her to see a psychiatrist that actually used an actual referral, not like a handout.
Okay, and just so we're clear, because I just jumped ahead, but that would have been after all the allegations about the alleged sexual abuse.
Yes.
And
Well, I mean, really, that was after she came in to see me and was having the nightmares.
she was having the nightmares. And I'm not sure, do pediatricians, they normally, can you make a diagnosis for PTSD?
We can do minimal psychiatric care. I'll do simple like ADD and depression. PTSD is a much more complicated psychiatric diagnosis. So particularly in her age group, you want to see a pediatric psychiatrist.
Okay. And she got a referral. Do you know how many times she visited with the psychiatrist?
Again, those records are private. They don't fax those to us like an ENT would fax their records. That's all kept there.
But she did get a diagnosis as PTSD pretty quickly.
I don't know. I believe it was within the first few visits.
Yeah, it was within the first few visits. So we've seen lots of notes, emails, phone calls from mom, making, I guess, allegations of neglect and physical abuse and sexual abuse. Independent of those particular, well, let's go back to 2020. I know that she made allegations of neglect, that he was allowing the child to walk, run around barefooted, that he was allowing the child to be in a car without the safety belt on, that there was drinking going on around the child. In that time period, you never diagnosed anything from her physically that corroborated any of that.
I don't recall. I'd have to go back and check.
Okay. And the same thing with it when the allegations of sexual abuse came up, you didn't give her any kind of examination to determine whether sexual abuse had occurred or not.
I'm not trained to provide SANE exams. We send them to the pediatric emergency room for SANE and sexual exam.
Right.
It's very traumatic.
Yes, and and I guess as she's growing up and she's in your care and she's coming in at least yearly, sometimes a lot more. Did you, other than just what you had heard from either mom or from a couple of times from Arabella, did you ever see any physical signs that would have led you to believe that there was abuse going on?
Physical signs like what?
Well, I'm assuming you check all the body parts, right, when a child comes in.
Well, I mean, I don't do an intravaginal exam.
And I'm not asking you that. You do an external though, correct?
Right.
You check her eyes, her ears, her nose, and breast. Externally, you check the vagina. It's just to make sure everything is normal, right? And you never saw anything in those exams that caused you concerns.
For physical abuse, no.
Yeah. Okay. I'd pass the witness, Your Honor.
State.
Briefly, there's just a few questions. So, Dr. Stafford, defense pointed out some signs of that are displayed from children that are going through parents that are going through a divorce. I think defense said about being stressful. In those kinds of cases, what are the signs of, if you've dealt with other patients before, what are some common signs of victims that make allegations of sexual abuse?
What are some other signs
Symptoms.
of the abuse?
Your
or-
Honor, I'm sorry, I'm going to object. I don't think the doctor's been qualified as an expert in this particular area. I think she testified earlier, just the opposite.
All right.
I think if she knows, she knows, Judge. If
Well-
she sees other patients, if there are any similarities.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you step outside the room for 10 minutes and I'll have you brought back in. Please remember my previous instructions. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right. Defense, do you, first off, state, what are you expecting the witness to testify to, or what information are you seeking to gain from this witness?
So I think defense was talking about the stress that a child may have whenever they're going through a child custody case or a divorce with their parents. I just want to ask the doctor if she sees any signs similar, but if there's more signs with children that are making allegations of sexual abuse.
All right, so defense, outside the presence of the jury, is going to be, I don't know what she's being offered as an expert in with regards to the testimony. So state, you can ask your questions, and then defense, if you want to take the witness on voir dire, if she's being offered as an expert in a particular field, then I will hear that.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Dr. Stafford, so you've been a doctor for about 11 years.
Yes,
So you've dealt with multiple children in the past, correct?
multiple children. Yes,
Okay, so would it be fair to say that you've dealt with children that have made allegations of sexual abuse in the past?
that was a few children who dealt with sexual abuse.
Okay,
I'll say, I'm so sorry. I didn't hear anything that you said. So if you'll keep your voice up.
I have dealt with a few children who've been victims of sexual abuse.
okay. And do you see any similarities in signs or symptoms with that kind of population, with those kind of clients or patients?
Yes, there are some similarities.
Okay, and what symptoms do you see in them,
The primary symptoms are behavioral.
such as?
such as they can start to have troubles in school, they can have a lot of trouble with sleep. They can start to act out, they can start to regress in developmental milestones depending on age. And they can start to have psychiatric issues.
What about wanting to die? Is that one of the things that,
Suicidality would be the extreme of the psychiatric issues.
okay. What about with children that are going through a child custody case? Are they the same symptoms or are they less?
They would be much less extreme.
Like what?
Well, I mean, they can act out and have temper tantrums and things like that. It's very difficult to go through a divorce, but most of the time you don't see anything near as extreme as when you're going through sexual abuse.
Did you find the symptoms that Arabella was going through as extreme?
Arabella's symptoms were extreme.
Okay.
She stopped being able to sleep. She started contemplating death. She could no longer function in a school setting. Her symptoms were extreme. She was diagnosed with PTSD. That doesn't happen in divorce.
Okay. That's the question I wanted to ask, Judge.
All right. So you want to question order the witness?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Stafford, you testified earlier, your practice is pediatrics,
In
correct?
pediatrics, yes.
Have you had any kind of special training in child sexual abuse?
I did a month working with the Center for Miracles when I was a resident,
And when was that?
10 years ago.
Okay.
11 years ago.
And what were you doing as an intern or
No, I was a second year resident.
second year resident? Okay. Do you have any kind of specialization in child sexual abuse or treatment of child sexual abuse?
I do not.
Do you keep up with the literature or the studies
not.
about child sexual abuse? Have you ever published anything about child sexual
I
abuse?
have not.
You testified earlier that you've had a few children who have
Yeah.
made allegations of sexual abuse. What does that mean? 2 or 3?
Are you counting? Depends on what you're counting, I guess.
I'm in your practice, I guess your private practice.
Oh, no, I guess it means what you count as sexual abuse. I've had a number of rape victims. I have a few people who were sexually abused by parents. It depends on what you count as sexual abuse, but I have had a number of children who have been the victims of sexual violence.
And what my question is that number, is it 3 or is it 10 or?
I would not know the number off the top of my head.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in symptoms of child sexual abuse? Would you hold yourself out in the medical community as an expert on symptoms of child sexual abuse?
No,
I cast a witness, Your Honor.
All right, any further questions?
No further questions, Judge.
All right, so defense, you have objections to her testimony?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Oh, you can remain seated.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Bad habit.
Okay,
It's exercise also this time of the evening.
all right.
Yes, Your Honor, I would object to her testifying as an expert on and giving any kind of opinion about issues that are outside of her expertise as a pediatrician. She's testified that she is not an expert on the symptoms of child sexual abuse. It would be wholly inappropriate to allow her to testify as such.
All right, state.
Well, Judge, she's been a doctor for 11 years. She's been a pediatrician. She does see patients that have been going through this kind of abuse. I think her observations are important and information for the jury to know. And defense sort of did open the door a little bit by talking about or making a distinction between children that are going through a custody. And now I should be able to make a distinction of children that are going that are making allegations of going through sexual abuse and how that is they're different. She just knows the doctor because she's dealt with it before. She sees a distinction.
All right, so here's my question. And correct me if I heard the testimony incorrectly, because it's been a little bit hard to hear. But she stated that the last training she had was did she say 10 years ago?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's 10 years ago. If you're offering her as an expert to child sexual abuse, then the objection will be sustained. And is that what the state is offering her for as an expert in child sex abuse?
Well, In the alternative, Judge, I don't see if her testimony even raises to an opinion of an expert opinion. I think because it's sort of like a personal knowledge, she sees these patients on a daily basis. I think she can make observations based on what she sees. I don't think I'm making, I'm not, I don't think that I'm asking her to make an opinion as to whether or not these symptoms are caused by sexual abuse. That's not something that she can make an opinion for, but she can certainly highlight this, highlight any similarities with other patients that she sees.
Right, so if you're not offering her as an expert in child sexual abuse, then why would this testimony even be relevant? What are you offering it for?
To show that Arabella was going through extreme symptoms and not just stress.
Oh, well, if she wants to, if you're offering her testimony to say that based upon her
Training and experience.
thank you, as a pediatric doctor, that it was her thoughts that Arabella was going through stress, then that testimony will be allowed. But trying to present her as an expert where she's saying this is child sexual abuse, I'm not going to allow it.
And I'm not going to go there. Yes. I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying just to highlight that there are symptoms that are extreme, as she mentioned, more than just stress that she's observed.
If she's going to testify to what she saw specifically with the complainant, and she thought that was extreme, then she can testify to that.
Okay.
But as far as her saying that she's had other patients and this is what they told her and she's seen sexual abuse and therefore sort of tie that to this case, the court is not allowing it. So the only thing she will be able to testify to is, you know, these are the symptoms that I saw in the complainant, and I found those symptoms to be extreme. But she's not able, and I'm not going to allow her to linchpin some other children that she's viewed who she thought were victims of sexual abuse, and therefore this is sexual abuse, because that's going to be up to the jury to determine whether or not this occurred. Any objections, defense?
No, I agree with your ruling, Judge. Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry, I'm still standing there.
No problem. It happens.
Judge, I will also be asking her in 2020, she did see Arabella in 2020. She did find symptoms from Arabella. And then in 2022, she also found symptoms from Arabella. And I want to ask her if there are any new symptoms and whether those were more extreme than the ones from 2020. But it's focused within Arabella.
All right. Specifically to Arabella, but she is not allowed to testify that, yes, I found that this was sexual abuse, because that is within the purview of the jury and she's not an expert for that.
Understood, Judge.
All right, let's bring the jurors back in. Is he still with us? Yeah. And you're still, yes, I'm going to be here.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Stafford, so we mainly highlighted the times where you saw Arabella in 2020 and in 2022, right? And I think in 2020, you referred her to play therapy, right? because Arabella displayed some symptoms that were concerning for you, correct?
Yes,
Okay. In 2022, you also saw Arabella and you noticed more symptoms, correct?
yeah,
How are those symptoms different than the ones in 2020?
getting more severe.
How so?
Well, she went from just sort of saying that she felt down and saying that she had scary thoughts to actually showing physical symptoms like not being able to sleep, having the panic attacks, and starting to have a decrease in her school performance and socialization at school. She was having difficulty focusing. She couldn't get through a school day. She actually had to be removed from school.
Okay. Did you find those symptoms to be extreme?
I found them to be very alarming.
No further questions, Judge.
Very quickly,
Defense.
Dr. Stafford, the symptoms that were, and yes, they're alarming for anyone in your position, correct, to hear these kinds of things. From the records, it appears that most of those symptoms that we're talking about were reports from the mother of the child, correct?
I would disagree. I did get reports from Arabella when she came in to see me.
When, and did you get her school records?
I don't ask for school records.
How did you know that her performance at school was going down?
Her mother told me that.
And in all fairness, I mean, we can all go through these records and spend, a week going through them, but the reality is that there were a couple of appointments that Arabella came in and reported some things, right?
Yes,
All the other contacts that you got, it looks like phone notes, emails with the details of what was going on. All those came from the mother of the child.
yes.
Okay. That's the witness, Your Honor.
State.
Just one question, Judge. Dr. Stafford, did you find any of the information that mom was giving you? Did you find any of that to be unsubstantiated?
Never.
No further questions.
Any other questions?
Just very briefly, lawyers, that's it. It appears to me that when most of these, I guess the number of visits and the number of reports, a majority of them are in 2020, right, when the allegation first came out, which involved the neglect, right? There was a lot of communication from mom during that time period, right?
Yes.
And the same thing in 2022, there was an uptick in communication with mom during that time period as well.
Right.
I guess during the rest of your treatment with Arabella, it was more routine and normal as far as the contact you got from mom. You mentioned she talked a lot to you, and so I'm wondering, was that something that was throughout her treatment, or did it seem to be really something that highlighted in 2020 when the allegations came out about the neglect?
Well, we still talk a great deal. I'm still very involved in Arabella's kids.
And I'm not asking you about now.
You mean back then?
Yeah, back then.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
What I'm asking you is, did the amount of information you received from the mother of the child, from Alexander, did it increase during 2020? Did you get a lot more contact from her during 2020 when she made the allegations of abuse or neglect?
I'm not sure that 2020 was any different. I do feel like 2022 was different.
2022, she got contact.
That was the most contact, I feel. I don't feel like 2020 was that different.
Okay.
I mean, it was different for everybody because of COVID,
Yeah.
but I don't really feel like it was that different than otherwise.
And it's fair to say that you stay in contact with Ms. Reed to this day? I mean,
Well, Arabella's still my patient.
Yeah, so you still are communicating a lot?
No, I mean, it's leveled out quite a bit.
Okay. So that was kind of my point earlier. So it peaked a little bit in 2020 and then it went way up in 2022.
I mean, those few weeks were pretty significant.
I pass away.
Just one question, Judge. So is it fair to say that it's leveled out because maybe she's getting the treatment she needs?
Doing very well.
No further questions, Judge.
Nothing further from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, from the state.
No, Judge.
Excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, the rule that's been invoked, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand? All right, you may step down. And state this is your last witness today, correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we can go off the record. Remember my previous instructions.
Oh, well, we had one more, but of course, if we would want a break, I would understand. Work for the day.
Right. Do y'all want a break now? For today? All right. All right, so we'll be back tomorrow at 1:30. Remember my instructions. You're not allowed to discuss this case with anyone, with each other, or internally with yourself, or start deliberating. Do not think about this case outside this courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, so remember my instructions about what time you should probably be at the parking garage to make sure you have a parking space. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.